Happy Tuesday. I'm the Gray Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 different contests today. The first contest we will be doing is a giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So I wish you guys a lot of luck if you are participating in that. The other giveaway we are doing right now is a giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that as well. We are, before we get started, going to take a few minutes to talk a bit about what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. Now, if you would like, but first and foremost, sorry, it's always hard for me to type and talk. How are you doing? Let me know how you're feeling right now. One of the things that we see that is occurring that may be feeling a little bit intense right now, and we talked about this, has to do with the fact that I'm gonna preface this to a certain extent by explaining what we've been experiencing over the last few weeks and what is happening today that might be feeling a little bit interesting, is kind of the best way I can describe it. So one of the things that we talked about, and the reason that this recent eclipse cycle was difficult, was due to the fact that the eclipse cycle was happening as Mercury and Venus were initially in Aries. Now, one of the things that we also saw was during that eclipse cycle, we had a pulling back, if you will. Mercury and Venus moved back into Pisces. And at the same time that Mercury and Venus were pulling back into Pisces out of Aries, we had Neptune that was effectively moving into Aries. Now, one of the ways the way that I often read retrogrades is often during retrograde periods, I see it very much like the planet is asleep, right? It's like it's not necessarily paying attention. It moves into a state of regress. And what's been happening right now, particularly with a lot of this energy that we are seeing having to come through with Mercury and Venus that then came out of retrograde behind Neptune, was allowing for a lot of consideration and contemplation, particularly in the realms of the past. I keep on describing this as Renaissance energy to a certain extent. And the reason that we're describing it as Renaissance energy is a Renaissance is the ability to perceive and to look at the past in a different way, often from a different context. So a lot of the work that we're seeing that's been happening right now in this particular cycle, and even more so coming out of this retrograde cycle, coming out of the eclipse cycle, is the ability to recognize and identify the emotions and also the past through a different optics. Now, this is allowing for a lot of vulnerability. It's allowing for a lot of intimacy wounds to be healed. But at the same time, there's also, I keep on seeing, there's a lot of work to be done, particularly in the realms of working through vulnerability. Now, why are we seeing that to a certain extent? Because you'll recall that this Libra full moon cycle, which is a pink moon, has to do with allowing us the ability to heal those wounds of intimacy. And it's not easy because when we're working in that space, we have to be energetically delicate, right? We work through the context of adaptability. We work through the context of trepidation. But when we're able to do so, there's a lot of strength that we start to build because it is through recognizing and identifying our own uncertainty that we're able to find what we're trying to say, that we're able to find the direction that we're trying to move into. And that's why we see even now that for a lot of the energies right now that are building in, like building relationships during this time, the reason that we're articulating and calling these chariot partnerships has to do with the fact that it's not easy, right? There's a lot of, I keep on seeing, there's a lot of jitters, there's a lot of working through the uncertainty of the self. Welcome to that combination force of the Venus retrograde in combination with the Mercury retrograde. But what do we find that's happening with a lot of this work that we're doing right now? That ability of being able to set one's intention and to work through one's own anxiety or one's own trepidation. This is the energy that is building upon the pathwork of reliability or the pathwork of sustainability, able to identify and see what it looks like to be able to have trusting relationship that is built upon consistency. At the same time, at the moment that that is occurring, we see that a lot of energy is getting clarity as to what is potentially or was missing in past relationship. Because we've been having a lot of conversations right now about the difference between inspirational relationships versus aspirational relationships. And what do we often see with inspirational relationships? Inspirational relationships are often more dwelt or more in the landscape of what feels like a burst, right? It's not necessarily that something is wrong there, but because of the inability to feel the sustaining aspect of something, the inability to be able to recognize and feel that solidity as it relates to what you can expect or anticipate, that is often what predicates the collapse of an energetic relationship, because that's the difference between something that feels like a shock to the system as opposed to a pleasant surprise. Because what is a pleasant surprise? A surprise is something that you build in a place of consistency that brings something into a higher degree, and then it returns back into a place of stability. But when something is a shock to the system, it's not pleasant, even if it's something that's nice, right? Even if it's something that's nice, it's the ability to identify the uncertainty as it relates to what's going to happen next that often can create a lot of that instability in partnership. So that's why we see that a lot of these new relationships that are occurring during this time, it's bittersweet because these are the energies and the relationships that are breathing a sigh of relief and the ability to be in their authenticity with counterpart and not feel like their own ability of articulating frustration, articulating fears doesn't move someone away. And it's in that moment that they have that energy that says, you're safe here to be able to articulate and express your frustrations, that the energy feels like the ability to be seen and the ability to be held in a space of the self that doesn't allow one to feel like one has to perform within partnership. But this clarity is also creating the context with a lot of healing as it relates to past experiences or past relationships. So that's why I keep on seeing that there's a lot of that frustration that is being articulated. But it's the frustration that's actually forging the fabric of these relationships, because it's the energy that says that in the airing of the frustration and the stability that one feels in the ability to do so, they're basically saying to one another, you're safe with me. Well, for this is the same work that we see that's happening right now for a lot of the energy coming into divine union. Because what are we seeing for a lot of the energy coming into divine union at this time? That same work, that feeling of gratitude, that feeling of the deepening of an energetic, intimate relationship. And this is the energy that says you have no, like Thank you so much for what you bring forth. And this is the energy that almost says to one another, I'm not doing anything. And that's the energy that says yes. Why? Because when we're in healthy partnership, the ability to feel that stability, not to have to focus, not to have to worry upon the condition of the relationship, right? When the soil is good, it allows one to grow. So that's why I keep on seeing that this is a lot of the energy that says to one another, moving into divine union. Thank you for being that soil. And what's beautiful about that is this is not the energy that leans upon one another, right? This isn't the energy that says, I rely on you. This is the energy that says, I thrive with you. This is the energy that says, through the stability and the consistency that we create, the soil that we make with the relationship, it allows the blossoming for the self to be able to concentrate on that pathwork of understanding. That's why I keep on seeing that there's a lot of this movement right now into hermit energy, because it is the opening of the doorway of the self that is often achieved via the healthy energetic counterpart. While for masculine and feminine energy right now, that is deep within divine union, there's a lot of work that I see that is happening right now as it relates to path work of fermentation. And why do we keep on seeing that there's work in relationality to fermentation that's occurring right now for energy deep within divine union? Because in that space, um, speculate upon the difference that one is holding on to because it is intrinsically important versus something that one holds on to from a place of stubbornness. It's requiring that level or degree of self awareness. And I keep on seeing that a lot of, there's a lot, everything I keep on reading right now for energy deep in divine union is the fact that there's a lot of air energy there. And why is there a lot of air energy? And I feel like it's very much in Gemini, because the conversation as it relates to what one holds on to and why it is energetically important, the ability to articulate upon something helps us see the difference between, and we've talked a lot about this here, stubbornness and exquisite insistence, right? Because when we hold on to something because it's energetically important, because it helps us see ourselves from a state of clarity, then that is something that we feel is intrinsic to the self, right? It's the ability to identify and recognize that allows for, again, much like we see for the energy coming into divine union, that sense of personal development and personal growth. But what's important to recognize is even in the moment that we identify that there's something that we're holding on to more from a space of stubbornness. This is why those who are working on the self always navigate those areas from a place of self reverence. Because when we recognize that we're holding on to something and we're not necessarily able to identify or recognize the intrinsic reasons why we're doing so, then it allows us almost to find a blind spot in the self through which we can grow, through which we can explore. So everything I keep on seeing here has to do with navigating a lot of those conversations, either identifying aspects of the self that you haven't potentially seen before that can be allowed for learning opportunities, or simultaneously working through with counterparts situations or circumstances where you wish that there was the ability to grow or to heal something with another, but you're identifying a level or degree of stubbornness within them that creates that impossibility point. And that's why I keep on hearing the message for a lot of the energy right now deep within divine union around the situation or circumstance of extending an olive branch but not the tree, right? That when we want to move something in a way that we feel would be healthy and cathartic, we extend that space of solemnity as it relates to the gesture of what it is that we determine to create with another. But we don't force that energetic connection, right? That's why we describe the fact that the idea with an olive branch is the fact that you can plant an olive branch. It's a stem. It is something that you can give to another with the aspiration that they put it in the earth so which it can grow, but you don't force it. So that's why I keep on seeing that there's a lot of that work in the spaces of recognizing and identifying the difference between courtesy and niceness, because niceness is often confused with courtesy, but it's not the same thing. One can be nice and still be very energetically stubborn, right? It's impolite to insist upon things. And that's why I keep on seeing that there's a lot of that work that this pink moon in Libra is working through as it relates to discourses or contemplations, as it relates to courtesy, what we effectively ask for to receive, and what we need, and what the intrinsic aspects of those gestures are, and what they convey in the determination of such. So I keep on seeing there's a lot of delicacy right now that's coming through as it relates to a lot of this energy, and it's transformational, but it's delicate, it's intrinsic, because it's almost like I told you, that's why I was describing it as renaissance energy, because it's the ability to articulate upon something that may have potentially bothered the self, but finding the words or finding the ways to communicate in the shape of things, like being able to land upon um, a way of thinking or a perception that allows for its own like space of awakening. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. Now, if you would like to catch any of that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. If you get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. And I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving those recaps. Welcome to those who are joining us across the other platforms as well today. If you would like to get on the list, you can do so too via the tree that is Binks in it in my Lio. Welcome, Sage. How are you doing today, boss? Grand Rising, Heather. Good to see you. Thank you as well for those likes, Little Vamp. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Welcome, B Phoenix. Good to see you as well. Grand Rising, dear. How are you doing, Wendy? And welcome as well. Thank you, V, for joining us. Grand Rising, Susie. Today is a great day. Hi there, Jackie. How are you doing today? Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. And thank you as well, Cindy. Thank you for getting on the list. You'll be read for after Danielle. If anyone else wants to get on the list for today, you'll be the 3rd person read for. Oh, Sin, you can just skip that part, dear. It's not necessary. Yep, thank you for letting them know, V. Hi there, Ella. How are you doing? And thank you for joining us, Dayman. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read. A couple of updates before we do so. First and foremost, I would like to remind you guys that we are going to be having our tarot class tomorrow. If you would like to join that class, we are going to be focusing our studies on the Hanged Man card. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber to our Substack, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. You don't need to catch up. I'm going to be doing my best to give you guys an update on everything we've studied thus far prior to beginning the classwork, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. And you will also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything that we've studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you will also have full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library Archive. That is access to over 12 hours worth of material in an ever expanding library. You will also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your potential or your tarot aspirations moving forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also be notified as to anything new that I'm offering. And speaking about offerings, on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also for my clients that are seeking more consistent, one of the things I'm offering is mentorship classes. These are for any of my clients that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals or journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also for my clients that are seeking more consistent tarot experience on their own journey work, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to offer now dream interpretation readings. You can purchase those on an individual level or as a series. I would encourage, if you purchase a dream interpretation reading series, that you make sure to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal, and I will utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving those updates, but welcome. Let me know how you guys are feeling today. You know, one of the things that we're seeing is happening right now that is feeling very energetically intense is the fact that Mercury is moving back into Aries. So it's working through the space of frustration. There may be a lot of energetic confusion that you're feeling right now. Breathing through it, not reacting to it, is going to be very important at this time. Hi there, Esteban. So good to see you today. And thank you for the compliment on my shirt. Let me know how you guys are doing. And just a reminder, if you'd like to get on the list for today, the list is open. V, I'm feeling accepting of the current vibes. I like that. I've got an interview today and I'm both excited and nervous. Alexandra, I'm sure you're going to crush it. And I'm sending you so much support on that journey as well, right? It's like, and I got to tell you, there's something about the fact that Neptune and Mercury right now are like both on like that borderline of the space between Pisces and Aries. It's like it's more of this chariot energy that we've been seeing. It's more of that working through energetic jitters. It's moving through something, and then in the process of doing so, feeling that sense of certainty as it relates to moving in a particular direction. I want to say, like, it is somewhat turbulent today. It's kind of the best way I can describe it, but that's why I feel like a bit of that Libra full moon energy that we're still moving through right now is going to help with that, because I keep on seeing it's allowing oneself to build into the space of finding that even keel. Like there's something really important about that right now because um and I gotta say, like, whenever, and I think it has a lot to do with the fact that, like, when we see, like, the energy, when the energy is transiting from between Pisces and Aries, we should be used to this by now because I told you it's like a bit of a yo-yo effect that we've been experiencing. It's like back and forth kind of energy. But that's why the Libra full moon's here to help us, because when we're feeling a lot of that volatility energetically, but then we're just able to build into like that space of determinative balance. It allows, like, it's like it allows for its own, how do I describe this? It's like it's working through feelings, but being energetically practical with them instead of having the feelings kind of moving the self forward, right? I told you it's more of that chariot work. It feels like things are getting more calm today and finding peace. And that has a lot to do. I'm telling you right now, that has a lot to do with that Libra full moon energy, right? Like working through things in a way and finding the determinative point, being able to build balance. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Just to give you guys an update on the things that we read for here. We do highest priority messages from spirit, dream interpretation. We also do spirit guide animal readings. We do pet readings. We do mediumship readings. We do angelic guidance readings. We do love readings. If you are interested in having a dream interpretation reading, or if you are interested in having a past life reading, or if there's information that you would like to pass on to me that you feel is relevant to that reading, I would encourage you to add it to the notes when you send the donation. Or simultaneously, what you can also do is, if you are a subscriber to our Discord, you can put it in the channels that are dedicated to that work. And via the doing so, I'll be able to read from them in the Discord to be able to get information, as I recognize that sometimes putting it in the chat space might be a little bit more difficult. That said, we are going to get started today, but just a reminder that we have 2 different contests that are occurring today. The first contest is we will be doing a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. And the other giveaway we are doing right now is we will be doing a reading giveaway at 50K likes. So when you make sure that you're tapping that screen, we'll get to 50K in no time, and we'll give that reading back to the collective. Also, I will point out that we are at 2.7 already, so make sure you're tapping that screen. Also, when you tap the screen, it helps to push this reading out to those who have not had these readings before, so I deeply appreciate that as well. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? All right. Welcome, everyone. Happy Tuesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Tuesday, April 15th, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? May I please have the first 2 cards in our 5-card spread? First 2 cards we are starting our day off with today are the 8 of Wands in its reversal, in combination with our 2 of Wands in its reversal. You may be feeling, I'm going to describe something that we're seeing right now. One of the things, I'm going to walk you guys again through what we've been experiencing in the cards over the last, well, not necessarily in the cards over the last few days, but what we've been experiencing energetically and astrologically, to give you some context as to any of the jitters that you may be feeling today, or anything here that may be feeling more energetically triggering. because effectively what we experienced during that very rough eclipse process that we went through, okay, was the fact that we had Mercury and Venus that were stationed in Aries. Now, during that eclipse process, you'll remember there was a lot of that energy that moved back into Pisces. Now, this is difficult because I need to point out Pisces to Aries transiting is not for the weak. It's not for the faint because it has to do with the ability to navigate through the emotions, right? It's moving the emotions into a space that they feel like they're energetically practical. So I just want to explain to you how this energy right now can feel a little confusing as it relates to working through the space of sentimentality, right? Because we had a lot of energy that was in that space of feeling activated, feeling motivated, feeling triggered in Aries. And then we pulled back into Pisces during the retrograde cycle, during eclipses. So feeling a lot of that sentimentality coming in, a lot of that, like a lot of that space of the memory. Because you'll remember, as I mentioned, the thing about the Neptune energy is Neptune is our memory bank. It's the place where we hold our memories. It's a lot of that, like I like to describe it like Neptune is like the Wayback Machine, right? So the ability to feel that space and to feel a lot of that energy push forward to a certain extent. And at the same time, we had Mercury and Venus pulling back around it. And that's why I was describing it almost like a K turn, because it's like the planets were like doing a K turn, because we saw the energy that was ahead of Neptune, like it almost moved behind Neptune. And then we had that beautiful Libra full moon that arises that allows for a point of contemplation, the ability to see something from a perspective that you couldn't see it before, right? It's a little bit of that. I want to describe it. It's like a little bit of that aha energy. It's a little bit of that moment that we have that we suddenly like land upon an observation of something from a perspective that we can't see. And this is how Saturn is helping a lot of that, because now Saturn is also moving closer to Aries, right? So it's like I like to describe this to a certain extent as like Mercury and Venus are standing back and they're looking at Neptune, they're looking at memory, and they've got Saturn that's coming in, like Saturn that's coming in and like putting their arms on the shoulder of each and saying like, it's beautiful, isn't it? Right? Like that ability of being able to appreciate something in the context of seeing something in a wider way, right? But there's also, I want to say this as well, it's not that everything is energetically beautiful, because in the same space of that, I also see, and I need to point this out, that this Venus in retrograde identifies and recognizes what it is that we're working on in the self, right? It's the ability to see something in a way that you couldn't see it before. That's why some of that retrograde energy felt like it was so rough or so rocky, because that ability of being able to kind of step back from the self, when we don't take things personally, we're able to see with energetic clarity. So that same feeling, and I kind of want to describe it right now, it's not it's not disassociative. It feels like um, it feels like it's energetically lucid. It feels like it's energetically profound. I keep on saying I would not be surprised right now if you're having those moments of clarity, right? Seeing through the emotions and more into the heart of something and being able to understand, right? A lot of I keep on saying understanding the weight of sentiment, right? But not confusing sentiment with energetic intention. Now, this has, this is having a big impact depending on where you are. And this is why this is so important, because now what do we see that's happening right now? Mercury and Venus are going to be moving back in front of, they're moving back in front of Neptune, right? So there's like, it's almost like the Libra full moon was like a pause point of contemplation. And now we've got a lot of that work moving back into direct action. For masculine and feminine energy right now in separation, This is why so many of these new energetic connections that are coming together right now during this period, they feel like they're bittersweet, right? They feel, um, I keep on hearing there's something about the beautiful work as it relates to observing the gift in another of self-correction, right? Because when we're able to correct for the self, we're able to identify and recognize, it's like working through the awareness to a certain extent. What's beautiful about a lot of these energetic connections is it's not that they're perfect, right? There's a lot of that space that I'm seeing that is requiring, like it's requiring patience. It's requiring, I keep on seeing, trepidation. But that same trepidation is the difference between, it's not hesitation, it's trepidation, because there's a certain weight of conscientiousness that energy is recognizing in one another, right? These are very courteous connections that I see that are forming at this time. And a reason that the energetic connections right now that are forming that are courteous has to do with the weight or the valuation of identifying. I keep on seeing um, exquisite insistence. Remember, we talked a lot about exquisite insistence for energy deep within divine union. You'll remember that these messages move back and forth in the frequencies. So, feeling the energetic relief of determined, consistent energy is what is creating a lot of that energetic sustainability in some of these connections right now. But at the moment that energy feels the relief of something that is energetically consistent, it starts to heal anything from the past that was not consistent. Because often, and that's what's so difficult about inconsistent relationships, is when energy is in a space of being energetically inconsistent, it's hard to put one's finger upon what's wrong, right? It's hard to like focus. It's hard to say something is wrong that's not there. But it's only, and this is why Jupiter and Gemini is helping with that. It's in the moment that you feel the consistency, you feel the intrinsic nature of something that's energetically consistent, that allows you to define and recognize what was energetically missing from a past relationship or a past connection. So that's why I keep on seeing that there's a lot of frustration that may be expressed and communicated right now in some of these connections, but even in the space of being able to articulate upon frustrations and having another person not move away from you, right? But almost embrace you in that space. It's like it's healing, because this is the energy that is feeling the degree or space of being able to be authentic in the embrace of a relationship that is not built upon inspiration. Now, what is the difficulty point that we see with energetic connections that are inspirational based? Inspirational relationships are such that there's no consistency. They're based more upon another's whims. They're based more upon another's inclinations. Sometimes they feel like they feel like ideal, but it's not that they're ideal because we don't build towards ideal. It's not trying to find energetic perfection. And this is why so much of that last full moon cycle, working through the Virgo full moon, identifying and recognizing the difference, that the perfect that is made versus the perfect that is found, that identification point as it relates to, I keep on seeing relationships that feel like they were reaching to a point of stagnancy because another person was insisting that the reason that they weren't ready to continue forward was because of a lack of perfection, right? That's often coming into that space of convenience, because it's always convenient. It's very easy to always say that you're not finding perfect, because we've talked about here the fact that perfect cannot be found. Perfect is not something we find, it's something that we make. It's always a little bit out of our reach. And that's why, again, energy that says the reason that they're not moving towards something is because something's not perfect. I keep on seeing that the reason that these are chariot lessons is their conversations in what it takes to build perfect, right? And often the irony of that, and this is where Saturn's coming in, the irony is, in order to build perfect, You have to be able to navigate imperfection. You have to be able to walk through those spaces or places of understanding the sense of trying to like work in the context of leaving of doing something in such a way that you work towards making it better than you find it. And so everything I keep on seeing here is like that's what I keep on getting. Like there's a lot of energetic grit. The energy is identifying and recognizing as it relates to these counterpart connections that are forming right now, because this is the energy that is seeing the difference between the energy of like that often articulates upon being problem focused, always articulating upon the reasons why they're not doing something, versus the energy that always moves something in the direction to try to make something energetically better. Now, continuing to get clarification on this, for a lot of the energy moving into divine union, right? I keep on hearing that's the energy that says when we work on the self, it's not pretty, but it's the ground from which we build, right? This is a lot of the energy that is finding that ability of accommodation for the self, recognizing and identifying what it is that they're working on as it relates to the aspiration that they're building towards with counterpart. Now, for a lot of the energy doing that work right now, it's it's like I keep on seeing it's energy coming into divine union and going straight into hermit mode to a certain extent. And why is the energy moving into hermit mode? Because for a lot of the energy working in that space right now, the ability to feel the stabilization point of counterpart connection to such an extent that it frees you up, right? It gives you that, it gives you your time back. I feel like there's energy right now coming into divine union that's saying to one another, the gift you give me is profound, because the gift you give me is not having to focus on worrying about energetic partnership. When we build into a space of consistency and energetic reliability and partnership, that is the ship through which we can move. And that's the energy that says, I don't need you, but you are the foundation, because it is the ground that we create in our own consistency that allows each other to flourish and to thrive. It's the dependability and the reliability. So it's interesting because I keep on seeing for energy right now coming into divine union, this is energy that as I mentioned, is moving out of chariot into hermit, right? And so, but the hermit, and you have to see this, and we talk a lot about this in my hermit class, is hermit energy is often misinterpreted as isolation. There's nothing isolated about the hermit card. The ability to move into the energy that we see in the hermit is the solace of being able to feel the freedom of exploring the internal journey, and that often is articulated upon building into the space of energetic safety that we feel outside of the self, that allows for that place of internal contemplation, right? And so that's why I see that a lot of this energy is saying to one another, thank you. Because what they feel like, the other energy is saying, I'm not giving you anything. The energy is actually saying to one another, yes, you are. You're giving me hermit energy. You're giving me hermit energy. You're giving me the ability to move inwards without the contemplation or the over concentration on what's happening outside the self. While for masculine and feminine energy right now, deep within divine union, this is this is what I'm seeing that is happening right now, specifically and particularly in the realm of being able to, and I keep on seeing that there's something about, like, there are conversations and things of that nature happening right now deep within divine union. And I just keep on getting the same message that's coming through, which is the conversation between, again, exquisite insistence and stubbornness, right? Like, and it's funny too, because it feels like it's very heavy in Gemini and Taurus energy. Because the thing is, and I need to point out, when someone is exquisitely insisting upon something, it looks very similar. It looks very similar to stubbornness, right? It looks very, when we insist upon something that's important, it can look very much like stubbornness, but the way we're able to identify the difference between something that feels like it's a call from our higher self versus the ego is the difference between I don't wanna and let me explain. Okay? Like, because the ego, when the ego is being stubborn about something and you try to like you try to communicate upon it, right? It goes, I don't wanna. It's like, it puts its hands on its hips. And it goes, you want to explain? And the ego goes, no. Like, I don't want to, like, but when the higher self is insisting upon something, what does the higher self say? Take a seat. How much time you got? Let me explain. Let me walk you through this. I'll go slow. What speed do you need me to work you through this? We'll go through this. Like, it's a conversation. We're gonna go through this one more time. It's like, one more time. All right, let's try this again, right? It's a lot of that. It's a lot of that, like, it's trying to walk someone through something. Now, continuing to get clarification, and that's why, and the reason I'm laughing through that is because I'm reading into the energy within divine union, because it's like often when you're working through something that's energetically frustrating, and it's like the space that like logic is trying to come up against, like stubbornness, like you have to laugh because you're like, like, it's just, it's like helping someone understand and come around to something. It's like I feel like it's a lot of this, like, let me walk you through it one more time. Continuing to get clarification between our fourth and fifth cards in our spread before we start getting clarification right now. Yeah, it's our three, it's our three, it's our three of swords in its reversal. And it's with the seven of pentacles in its reversal. So it's the reason I'm laughing about it is because I'm getting some kind of vision right now for working through situations within divine union. And I just see someone being like, okay, I'm going to walk you through this. Okay. And someone being like, yeah. I'm like, okay, this, got it. Great. This, got it. Okay. This, got it. Okay, good. You with me? No. Okay. like, you know what I mean? I remember when I told you about disassembling, trying to help someone understand something, trying to help someone work through an energetic lesson. It's the energetic patience of working through and identifying, looking towards where your energy, I keep on hearing working in the space of trying to identify where you're losing someone is what I'm getting. I know there's no word for it. Like, it's working, it's working, like, why don't we have a word for that? It's working through the space, trying to figure out the moment that you've lost someone in a conversation. Why don't we need a word for that? Why don't we have a word for that? That is the energetic feeling that is almost like creating a little bit of that energetic laughter point, because it's like it's working through the context of trying to work through something with someone that is invested in understanding it. But then it's like it's like it's like, nope, one more time, you know what I mean? So it's a lot like that. um Continuing to get clarification for energy coming into divine union. I just keep on seeing that for a lot of this energy coming into divine union, this is the energy that is fixing that in them. Like, I know it sounds a little odd, but they're fixing that in themselves, right? I told you there's a lot of energy coming into divine union right now that's understanding the assignment of the self, and that's always, like, it's, I keep on seeing, and I keep on getting a message right now for energy coming into divine union, that identifying an energetic problem does not immediately mean that there's a solution for it, right? Like, that's, again, there should be a word for that, but it's working in the context of understanding that recognizing like recognizing a blockage in the self is half the work, right? It's not like it's being able to identify and articulate upon something is doesn't allow, I keep on saying, like, it doesn't allow the ability to understand how to work through it. That's only the first part of the assignment. So I just keep on seeing that, like, it feels like, that's why I almost feel like there's a lot of energy right now coming into divine union that's moving into hermit mode, because they've seen something in the past that's given them insight upon the person of the self that they couldn't see before. But it's like seeing something and being able to understand how to work through it. Those are different things. Now for masculine, and and that's interesting, because you'll remember, it's like, um, remember how we talked about a little bit of that, um, like, this is a lot of that same, all the work that we saw the energy doing in separation is now moving into the energy coming into divine union. Now for energy and separation, clarification right now between our Eight of Wands in its reversal in combination with our Two of Wands in its reversal. One card to clarify. Clarification coming through right now with our Ten of Pentacles in its upright. Um, you know, I keep on seeing that there's something really important that's happening right now for energy in separation, because and it has to do with manifestation goals, and we talk a lot about this here. The difference between energetically wishing for things, right? Manifestations are not wishes, because manifestations are wishes in action, right? We don't just hope for things, we actively we walk towards a manifestation, right? We adjust and accommodate and recognize what it is that we are working upon on the self to be able to build into something. And we talk a lot about this here, that, you know, it's not it's not just about the process of wanting something. It's the question of recognizing and saying to the universe, this is what I'm adjusting within myself to move towards that direction, right? That's why we have to look at it like a good manifestation should feel like a parade, right? Every step feels like a celebration point as we move towards it. And that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now that is working on that sense of self, it's recognizing that something isn't perfect, but being able to see the ground through which something can build into becoming perfect, right? And that's not easy, because I keep on seeing that there's something about that. There's something about all, and I need to point this out. Sometimes we experience that as it relates to a manifestation, and we talk a lot about that, in the space of a manifestation being almost like a conversation with the universe, which is working through the context of like what we want versus what it is that we truly need, right? And I keep on seeing that a lot of that energy right now in separation is working through the juxtaposition point of potentially recognizing experiences in the past where they were holding on to something because it looked like their manifestation goal, but they're asking the important question, which is, did it ever feel like the manifestation goal? Because often what we have to one of the big mistakes that we often make when we're trying to move towards manifestations is we focus too much on what it looks like, and we don't pay enough concentration into what it feels like. You have to remember the universe works on energy, right? So it's like, if you're trying to say that you're trying to move towards happiness, but you're moving towards an energy that's constantly making you feel a point of lack, the universe says that's a confused manifestation, right? Because you're saying that you want one thing, but you're moving in the direction of something that feels very different to it. So that ability of recognizing and identifying and seeing within the self how we might sometimes stand in the way of our manifestation goals. It's working not based upon what we see, but rather upon what we feel. So the ability to move towards the energetic feeling of a manifestation allows for a lot of that, for a lot of that determination. And what I keep on seeing that's happening right now, for a lot of the energy in separation, is moving towards something and feeling into it. Welcome to the pink moon. Like welcome to the pink moon in welcome to the pink moon in Libra, right? Because when we feel into something, right, we allow ourselves to say, does this feel right? Does it feel like my manifestation, right? Like that familiarity. And this is why we talk a lot about writing through manifestations, because when we write it through, we generate the energetic feeling so that we can recognize it. So I see a lot of the energy doing that work, identifying and recognizing what that determination point is. This is the energy that is working through potentially building into something that feels correct. And in the moment that they understand and identify the fact that something feels right, they're starting to identify what they may have moved towards that never felt the way that they expected it to feel. We can't, we work towards the energetic feeling and we recognize what doesn't feel that way. But that's why I keep on seeing for a lot of the energy right now, Two of Swords in its reversal in combination with our Emperor card in this reversal. This is a lot of a conversation of how we often stand in our own way. Card to clarify. What do we have here? Our Justice card. Thank you, Libra full moon, right? Because when we go in those situations or circumstances that we say, I want this, but then we move in a direction of something that doesn't feel like the thing that we want, the universe just sits there and scratches their head and goes, that's a confused message. That's a confused energetic message. That doesn't make any sense. They're saying one thing and they're doing another. What do we do when we're working on healing? Our words that match our actions, right? Working in the context of recognizing and identifying and making sure that we move in accordance to our manifestation goals. So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of this energy right now. And this is a lot of the energy right now coming into divine union. And this is why the energy says to one another as they come into divine union, I can never articulate my abundant appreciation to you, right? And why does this energy say this? When the energy says, I'm not doing anything, and the energy goes, exactly. Like, right? Exactly. Because when we are each other's peace, and another energy says, I cannot thank you for what you give me. And the other person says, I'm not doing anything. And the other energy goes, thank you. It's because it is the peace that we find within ourselves that becomes the ground of the healthy relationship, right? It is the fertile soil from which we can contemplate upon ourselves. And that's why we often come into that place of appreciation when we're not necessarily doing anything, because when we've worked in terms of coming into the space of our own peace, that is the peace that we bring with us as we go. So I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy, like in that space, I see a lot of that energy is always like, thank you for what? Nothing. Exactly. Exactly. Because it's the allowance point of being able to move into hermit energy. For a lot of this energy right now, deep within divine union, I keep on seeing this energy. And this is why I just keep on seeing this energy, like letting go of some frustration right now. Because for a lot of the energy right now, like letting go of frustration, it feels like a little bit of a headbanging moment, because it's like you're working through something. You're like piece by piece by piece. Okay, so this, yes. So this, yes. So this. And then this, what? Let's go back. Okay. You know what I mean? Like it's working through something to a certain extent and trying to recognize like where you're losing someone in the context of energetic logic, because it's often in those moments that you're able to identify and recognize what is the point. I keep on seeing like identifying the difference between it's I keep on seeing like stubbornness. Like, well, there's the problem. I've identified where it is. This way we pinpointed where the issue is, right? It's like it's working on that to a certain extent, but also like speaking towards it in such a way that it feels like identifying what the energetic hurdle is its own breakthrough, right? Because it's like oh, there, okay, that's there it is. Okay, that is what, like that's what needs to be energetically addressed, right? So it's continuing to get clarification between our Emperor card in its reversal in combination with our Three of Swords in its reversal. One card to clarify, please. Page of Cups energy in its reversal. And it's giving me, like, the thing about it too is, it's like, I mean, it's like, I feel like there's a lot of energy right now that is, like, working through, the context of being able to recognize and identify, like, working through the frustration in such a way that you're able to, identify and recognize, like, what those energetic hurdles are. It's building into the context of finding new energetic solutions. It's working in the space. And this is what beautiful counterpart energy is able to do, is everything I keep on seeing that's occurring there is allowing for that pathwork of adaptability. Because when we're able to articulate to one another, like what the energetic hurdles that we experience or recognize in others are, it creates that, I keep on saying, it creates that, that it creates that conversation. And this is why I keep on seeing that it's a lot of work in Taurus and Gemini, because it's working through an obstacle of the self and then speaking to counterpart and saying, to a certain extent, is this something that I need to change within the self, or is this something that I'm energetically experiencing, right? So there's a lot of that. I keep on seeing, like, there's a lot of that force of dialogue that's occurring there that is allowing for, I keep on seeing, new ideas, new energetic breakthroughs. Now, for masculine and feminine energy that is coming into divine union, there's something really vital and important that's occurring right now for energy coming into divine union. And it has to do specifically and particularly with that modality of working on the context of what it is. Like, this is almost the energy that is now going into some period of contemplation. There's a lot of this introspection here, but it feels like it is positive introspection, because I keep on seeing that a lot of this energy has to do in relationality to setting intention, working through something, having breakthroughs of the self, perceiving things in ways that you couldn't before, that allows for that extension, like the possibility of adapting to the higher sense of standards that you're setting yourself upon. Now, for masculine and feminine energy, again, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to, in separation, clarity between our Three of Swords in its reversal, in combination with our Eight of Pentacles in its reversal. One card to clarify. We've got here our Knight of Pentacles in its upright. And this is what I keep on seeing right now in relationality to the breakthroughs that are occurring right now for a lot of the energy in separation that are building into new energetic connections. Because I keep on seeing you can't fake effort. Is what I keep on hearing. Like, you can't fake effort. Like, there's something really important about that ability of working into the context of adaptability, working into the context of energetic progress. I keep on hearing that there's a recognition point that some of this energy is seeing as it relates to counterpart, and the ability to effectively make those adjustments, make those accommodations. This is why I keep on seeing that if these are locationalities or experiences where there is, like, there's energy here that's learning that it's safe to be frustrated again. Is what I keep on getting for a lot of the energy in separation. And why is the energy saying that they're learning that it's safe to be frustrated again? Because often when we're in relationships that feel like they are performative, right? That feel like we can't be our authentic self, it doesn't often feel like there's a space to be able to air our energetic frustrations, right? Because that's what we talked about as it relates to the difference between an inspirational relationship as opposed to an aspirational relationship. Because when we're in the context of an inspirational relationship and we try to air our frustration, right? What is someone who's coming towards us from a space of whim say? That's not very dream of you, right? And that's the energy that moves away, right? But the authentic relationships, the relationships that are building together, it's not a gripe free place. Like I keep on seeing, it's like you're griping, like the ability to gripe, because when we gripe we're able to build upon, and we talked about this, the sacred breath of union, right? And what is the sacred breath of union? It is working through something that is a challenge and then having it met by the respiring breath of progress. And so that's why I keep on hearing that there's a lot of this energy right now that is feeling that they're feeling the warp and weft of healthy progress that is often indicative of being able to express a frustration and have it met and calibrated with something that accommodates for it, right? It doesn't require one to remain silent. It allows for that place of productivity and adaptability. Continuing to get clarification here between our 10 of Pentacles in its upright in combination with our Justice card in its upright. May I please have one card to clarify? Woo, two cards coming out to clarify right now. We've got here our Empress card in its reversal in combination with our Six of Wands in its reversal. So there's something very, I keep on seeing for energy right now that is coming into divine union. And this has to do, I got to point, I just want to stress this right now, okay? We're still coming out of this eclipse cycle, okay? We're still coming out of this eclipse cycle. I know it's over, but like we're coming out of the doldrums of it. I told you, like, this is why we talk about, like, this is why we say like shadow periods and things like that, because these things don't have an on and off switch. Okay, they move in and out, right? They come in and out, and so I want you to kind of remember that to a certain extent today. And this is happening across all the frequencies because, you know, Venus has gone direct, but we're still coming out of that shadow period. So there's still a lot of this tenderness here, particularly as it relates to, and I got to tell you, and this is why I was telling you guys during that eclipse cycle not to take things personally, to be intentional as it relates to articulating through vulnerability, because the ability to communicate upon how, like, something that like bothers us, but in a way that we bring our own prescription, right? It helps us identify. I keep on saying, you know, and I need to point this out. When something bothers us, but there isn't necessarily something another can do to fix it, we keep on seeing like that's usually an indication that it's something that bothers us from an egoic space, right? Like that's something that we have to do work on the inside. But the ability, and that's why we talk a lot about the fact that one of the steps that we do in healing is we identify when we feel vulnerable to see if we can find our prescription for it. Because that's the ability of, instead of saying to another person something like, you hurt me, you say, this bothered me. This is, you know, this is something that I think we can work towards that would make that better going forward, right? Not allowing the emotions to feel like a logic problem that is bent for another to solve, right? Because often when we communicate emotions, but we don't indicate what can be done to resolve them, then what we're really like, it almost feels like our love becomes a burden because we say my like love is complicated and I can't figure out the answer to it. And the only way that you can come towards me is if you figure it out. Like, in like, like that's like, that is why we express, and this is what we talk about in the realm of honoring our feelings means we understand the assignments that we give to each other in the context of love, right? And that's why I keep on seeing that there's something about the reliability. There's something about that constancy that is occurring right now across all of the energy that is moving into union, that says to one another, and this is what feels like the modality of relief: recognize, I honor you by assuring you that I never bring forth something to you because I haven't understood it within the self. That the work that we do in honoring our feelings is recognize, and especially in the space of hurt feelings, the feelings that are hurt, because it's more coming from the space of our ego. And sometimes we can figure that out, being like, there's nothing that person could have done. It just bothers me. Right. That's like that messiness that we have, that we recognize as it relates to the space of our own existence. Right. Something that becomes an internal assignment, something that we need to work on within the self. And that's the lamp that we shine on ourselves in that moment when we contemplate upon the things that bother us, versus those moments to say, the reason that this energetically bothered me is because this is what I think would have been more energetically productive, right? Being able to say to another, giving another the benefit of the doubt by saying, this is what I think would help to alleviate that so that I don't necessarily feel like that going forward, right? Not creating the space of our emotions that create like that like horrific puzzle box for another person to have to try to solve to be able to love us, but being able to solve our own puzzle boxes to a certain extent. That is the gift of sustainability and balance that we provide each other in the context of healthy relationship, because that is the energy that says, rest assured, I don't just express the feelings as mood swings, how I'm feeling temperamentally. I do the work to resolve the energetic request of the emotion to address to you what the emotion is asking for. And that's happening across all of the frequencies. Continuing to get clarification between our Justice card in its upright in combination with our Page of Cups in its reversal. One card to clarify, please. Clarification coming through right now with our Four of Pentacles in its reversal. And so there's something really beautiful about that, because I keep on seeing that. And this has to do, and this is the thing about it right now, man, and like, and the thing about it is, and this is what I'm seeing with like Mercury, like I just want to describe this, like everything I'm seeing here, which is like, and this is like there's a lot of frustration that's getting released. There's a lot of frustration that's getting released right now as it relates to Mercury and Venus, like moving back into Aries, because it's like I keep on seeing there are circumstances or situations where there's been like a lot, like, and I keep on seeing this, like that K turn around Neptune, which is being able to recognize and identify what an energetic hurdle is. It doesn't remove the hurdle. It doesn't remove the hurdle. It doesn't remove the hurdle, but it does give you like a perspective in relationality to how I keep on seeing, and this is what I keep on seeing right now that's happening across all of the frequencies. And this is why I kept on getting the message of extending an olive branch, but not cutting down a tree, which is when you navigate through something that isn't energetically ideal, you do so with courtesy to understand if it's something that you can work through or you have to work around, right? Like that's the thing about it, and it has a lot to do, particularly in the space of Neptune and the relationality to feelings. Now, this is what is so beautiful about the Neptune energy, right? The Neptune energy is one, and a lot of these lessons that we see that have been coming through, especially Neptune transiting out of Pisces into Aries, has to do in the realm of energetic feeling. being able to articulate, being able to recognize the what we hold on to, and we understand and identify that when we're working through something, because it has energetic meaning to us, we're able to express the importance of it, right? Like it feels like that heart opening. It feels like that ability to allow for some context of healing. But what happens when we become stubborn, right? What happens when we become energetically rigid? What happens when we feel like we're only serving the self, when we hold on to things? We don't want to talk about them. We become energetically resistant. We almost calcify, right? Like we become very like, why? Because. Like, you know what I mean? Like you become a stick in the mud. Like the difference between an olive, I'm getting the difference between an olive branch and a stick in the mud has to do with the idea of being able to plant something, like putting an intention into the ground through which you can grow, versus being energetically resistant on something for no apparent reason because it feels good to do so. Okay. Like, and so I keep on seeing that that's happening across all the frequencies, which is having to allow, like having to allow for that space of moving towards appreciating how much one has changed, right? Allowing for that context. And that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, clarity between our Page of Cups in its reversal in combination with our Knight of Pentacles in its upright. It's not about perfect, because the irony is, and this is what Saturn is teaching us as it moves closer to Aries and Venus, the only way you can build perfection is by accommodating for exquisiteness, is for accommodating for energetic uniqueness. When you demand perfection, you will find perfection nowhere. But when you are adaptable, when you are expansive, when you see the possibilities and you don't meet the day from the perspective of what you expect, but rather meet the day with saying, how can I arrive to this moment and make it energetically better? Then perfect begins to blossom all around you, because you're working towards the service of energetic perfection. Continuing to get clarification between our Page of Cups and in combination with that Knight of Pentacles energy, we have two cards coming out. Yeah, Page of Swords with the King of Cups, right? It's not about finding perfect, it's about making perfect. And the exquisite, I keep on saying, the exquisite irony that we often receive is that space of making something energetically perfect isn't one about seeking, it's one about arriving, right? It's not about moving away from something with displeasure and going, this isn't perfect. It's looking at something and saying, how can I make the energetic best of it? What can I bring forth to make something beautiful? And that's what a bit of the gift is with that Venus in retrograde. Like again, and this is why I tell you guys, the retrograde cycles are not here to just screw up our day. Like they're here to help us understand, right? Mercury retrograde doesn't take the routine away because it doesn't like you. The Mercury retrograde takes the routine away to say, is that serving you or are you becoming dependent on it? Right? Helping you innovate. The Venus retrogrades do not take beauty away to say, look how ugly you are. The Venus retrograde takes beauty away to say, beauty is all around you. It's your call, it's your task to create it, not to find it. Right? So everything about this, like it's a lot of that. I told you it's about Renaissance energy, and it's not working in the space of finding ideal. It's arriving into a space and making it ideal. It is working with what one finds. It is trying to do something and moving it in the direction that you feel like it energetically helps. And that's what I keep on seeing that's happening right now for a lot of the energy in separation, having to heal from those circumstances or situations where someone was always playing keep away with their affections. Someone always saying, I'm not going to show up for you because you're not perfect yet. Realizing the falsehood of a narrative like that, that perfection is not something that is found. It's something that we're constantly arriving to. This is why I see so much of that energy like working in separation. And in that moment, it's like in the moment that they receive the ability to be in their authenticity, it's like it's like a lot of that, like it's a lot of that energetic release, because it is the energy that is forgiving themselves for trying to feeling that they're less under another person's impossible energetic standards. While for masculine and feminine energy right now that is coming into, and this is why we work on it, and this is why I see some energy right now coming into divine union that's potentially healing them from themselves, particularly and especially, this could even be some energy and coming into divine union that recognizes that their own desire for perfection in the past was their blockage point, that their own inability to work upon the self, that the journey of perfection is an internal journey, not an external one. I keep on hearing that there's a lot of this energy right now that is saying to counterpart that the beauty that we create is in the space that we're always able to change. We're always able to adapt. And this isn't the energy that doesn't hold one another to a standard, but this is the energy that loves one another because they love one another from the place of who they are and who they aspire to become. And when we build into the context of seeing each other clearly, when we talk about our dreams, when we talk about our manifestations, that's not building into another person's potential. That's loving someone both in the condition you find them and the aspiration that they hold themselves to. Not potential, aspiration. Continuing to get clarification between our Seven of Wands in combination with our Empress card, in combination with our Four of Pentacles in its reversal. One card to clarify. Two of Pentacles. There's that Jupiter, there's that Jupiter in Gemini that keeps on challenging us and saying, pay attention to the difference, right? Things that are very oppositional sometimes look very similar. That's the hurdle, right? Being extremely stubborn from a place of the ego can often look very similar to someone who's holding on to something because it's energetically vital and important. The difference that you can always tell it exists in the ability to identify the reasons why. Because when we're in a space and we're holding on to something and we don't want to talk about it, it's because it feels indulgent to the ego. It's because the ego, like that's usually we got to catch ourselves, be like, wait a minute, like what is that? Those are those moments that we have to say, wait, right? Because that moment of like identifying, saying that there's a blind spot right there. Like there's something that might need to be an internal note. And that's why we don't shy away from a difficult conversation, and we don't get defensive through it. We get observational. We recognize our own energetic triggers. And that's not to say that there aren't things that we hold on to, because they're important. But we identify the reason why we're holding on to something, the difference between something that we hold on to because it helps us see our higher self, because it is exquisite, it is intrinsically important, versus something that comes more from the ego that we hold on to because it feels indulgent, and no, we don't want to talk about it, and no, it's none of your business, and no, I'm not inclined to explain why. Right? like notice the defense. Oh, is that the defense system coming on? Yeah, there it is. There's the defense. Yeah. Oh, you're telling me the shield doesn't want to talk about why it's a shield? That makes sense, right? Like, so we do that work, and it's not about surrendering either, right? We need a healthy energetic shield. The ego is there to protect us, right? The ego is there to try to look out for us. But sometimes when we're not keeping our ego in check, our egoic shield gets too big, and it blocks us from being able to see things, because when a shield's too big, you can't see around it. And the higher self, again, we move towards perfection towards it, but we don't bludgeon ourselves with it. We appreciate how far we've come, and we don't struggle We don't build into the context of beating ourselves up because we're not perfect. We recognize that perfection is always out of reach because it is a cardinal direction. It's not a destination. We chart our progress towards that energetic desire, continuing to get clarification. And that's happening across all the frequencies. And again, I feel like a lot of this right now, there's working through a lot of frustration right now between the difference between energy that demands perfect versus energy that makes perfect. Clarification between our Four of Pentacles in its reversal in combination with our Page of Swords and our King of Cups in its upright. One card to clarify. Clarification coming through right now with our Fool card in its reversal, right? The space of identifying, and this is the heart. This is why we have to heal our hearts. This is why it's so fundamentally important. Because when we work in the space of demanding perfection, all we see is ugliness outside the self. All we see is ugliness around the self. When we move too much in that space of demanding perfection of ourselves, then everything feels like it's failing. There's no worse place to be than having the unresolved relationship with the need to move towards the higher self to such an extent that you feel like you're being bludgeoned by it. You feel like you're always failing in that endeavor. But when we operate in the context of love, when we appreciate the desire to do something better and we allow for that adaptability, then that is the ground from which we can build. That is the ground from which we can create. That is where the love comes in, right? It's the ability to look at something that isn't perfect and say to the self, how can I improve upon this? How can I make it better? Because in that moment that we make something energetically better, taking something broken or something that we see that isn't perfect and starting to do that work of repair, it becomes exquisite. It becomes unique. It becomes solely our own. And that sense of perfection is something that we create every day. And it's not one of revulsion. It's not one of pulling away. It's not one of distaste. It's one of building into the embrace of what it takes to create something that is precious because you identify and recognize the aspiration of what it is that you find there. And that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now that is coming into partnership, this is why it's chariot energy, because this is the energy that feels those moments of faltering. But in that moment of faltering, they don't see someone pulling away in revulsion and distaste. They see that adaptability. They see that accommodation point. They see that moment of someone saying, it's okay. And in that moment that it's okay, then anything becomes possible because they feel the ability of being their authentic self. And nothing says, I love you more than the language that says, I love you. And it's okay to make a mistake because it allows for that adaptability of doing something in a better way. It's not about being perfect, it's about striving for perfection. While for masculine and feminine energy that is coming into divine union, this is the energy that like wants to fall to the floor weeping to each other and saying, thank you, thank you. And the energy saying back to each other, I'm not doing anything. And the energy saying, you're doing more than you'll ever understand. Because when we find that peace within ourselves, when we find that that reliability, when we find the ability to be energetically consistent within ourselves, there is no higher gift that we give counterpart, because that is the energy that says, I know that I can rely on you, that that does not require a place of perfection, but the constancy of oneself is such that I always know what I can expect to find there. That is the most profound gift, because that is the certainty of the self that we create that allows the energy of love to feel strong in our embrace, because it allows for the space of the energy moving into hermit energy, which allows that's the energy that says, I don't rely on you I don't need you. You are the ground. You create. You create the plane from which the ability for me to stand allows me to explore the self because I don't need to worry about where I am with you because I know you're always there. While for masculine and feminine energy, deep within divine union, this is what we see that's happening right now as it relates to working through spaces and places of navigating through patience, working through, I keep on seeing the difficulty and difference between, I keep on hearing the difference between a stubborn conversation and a productive conversation. And what is the difference between a stubborn conversation and a productive conversation? Progress. We're getting somewhere. Like we're getting somewhere. Because what happens, right? Like what happens when someone's being energetically stubborn? Like the difference between obtuseness and the ability to effectively work through something is often that space of, like, I keep on seeing there's a lot of patience that is being brought to something to a certain extent, specifically and particularly because this is the energy that speaks to one another and says, is this something that I have to work on the inside, or is this something that I'm working on the outside? Right? Like this is how we check each other, right? Because especially with a lot of the energy deep within divine union, being able to have those conversations, it's like that's like it's the ability to air the grievance, to recognize if the work needs to happen within the self or outside of the self, right? Continuing, final card in today's spread between our Two of Pentacles in its upright and our Fool card in its reversal. One card to clarify. Clarification coming through right now. There's that there's that nine of swords energy, right? And I got to tell you, and the thing about it, it has to do with the fact that Saturn is up next to Mercury and Venus. And the thing with Saturn is Saturn often has to be in the space of irony. Okay, like Saturn often has to work in the context of irony. And what is irony? Irony is working through, it's working through situations or circumstances. And that's why I keep on laughing because when you're working through energetic irony, and that's why I kept, like, that's why these messages are coming through, which is again, energy that demands perfection never finds perfection. Energy that is always adaptable finds perfection everywhere and feels like they're falling short of it because it's not who we are, it's how we arrive, right? It's not the conversation of, do you know who I am? It's how can I help, right? It's the ability of working in the context that we're doing things together. And it's that act of, like, I keep on seeing like that work of working through, I keep on seeing working through hard feelings is such that, and I keep on seeing hard feelings forge us, not because we hold on to them, because when you hold on to hard feelings for no reason, you become bitter, you become a bitter mess. Okay, you become like, holding on to hard feelings without a reason will turn you into a bitter mess. But holding on to a hard feeling because it has meaning allows you to explain why it's so significant. It becomes everything, right? It's what drives us forward. And the irony, the reason I'm seeing that is often they look very similar, but they're very different because one holds everything within it and the other holds nothing, right? And so I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, the irony of that, like there's something about that that's occurring for energy and separation. There's almost like a bit of understanding that often when we're working towards a healthy manifestation, we encounter our own irony. But that's why it's like we understand and are fortified by it because it feels like it reveals something to the self in the process. Bottom of the deck on this reading is our Six of Swords in its reversal. A lot of this, like here right now, like I feel like a lot of this energy, I already see it, and it has to do with the fact that Saturn's moving out of Pisces into Aries, which is working on this space of letting go of regret. And that's the thing, like that's the thing about it. Like working through the space of regret. I want you to understand that regret, and I know this sounds hard when we're working through it, regret can is a gift to a certain extent because you know when we see something when we see something, there's some things we can only see in our past because and that's the thing, when you have regret for something, it's usually indicative of the fact that you're no longer the person that would make that choice, right? So there's something really important about identifying and working in the space of holding our regrets sacredly, not beating ourselves up about it. Because when we regret something, then it's something that we say, I should have served that moment better. And what is the gift that the present says? I've got some great news for you. I've got some great, that's why we call it like, that's why it's called the present. Because if you've got some regret, the present always says, I've got some really, really, really great news for you. Now you get to do it. Like this is the space where you can do something differently. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here to receive it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can do so on my site. Please remember, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I encourage you to do it there. Also, a couple of updates before we move into personal readings right now. First and foremost, we've got tarot class tomorrow. I hope that you'll join us there. We are going to be focusing our studies on the Hanged Man. If you would like to become a part of those classes, all you need to do is head over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. Also, as a paid subscriber, you will also have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you guys an update on everything we've studied thus far, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything that we're learning or have studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you will also have full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library. That is access to over 12 hours worth of material in an ever expanding library. You will also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will meet with you personally and assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage going forward. One of the things I try to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us on those classes. And also, even if you don't become a paid subscriber, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events and my online live schedule. I also post Mystic Meditations that gives you recaps on what we've been seeing in the cards in article format. Also, want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or biweekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or biweekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase these on an individual level or as a monthly series. Again, I would encourage, if you purchase the series, that you make sure that you start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Alexandra. You got our highest gifter for today. And Ruby, thank you as well. You got second, so you'll have additional cards in your subscriber reading. If anyone would like to get on the list for today, you will be the fifth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. I'm going to take a moment to take a photo of today's spread. If you would like to see today's spread, you can find it over on my Substack. It'll be posted there. And I'm also going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, we are doing a contest right now. When we get to 50K likes, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Also, when you tap the screen, you helped push this live out to those who might not have experienced it before. So I really appreciate you doing so as well. Hi there, how are you doing? Grand Rising Susie, so good to see you today. And Bella, thank you for those gifts as well. Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Thank you as well. Thank you, King White, as well for those gifts. Susie, the sun has come up. The birds are singing right before it did. It was very spectacular. I'm so glad to hear that, Susie. Feels like things are getting more calm today, finding peace. Sending you so much support on that journey, Susie. And thank you as well, Dayman, for the hearts. Little Vamp, my emotions are garbage right now, but I'm coming to terms with it finally. I feel like you've got Aries placements, right? I feel like that's something an Aries would say right now. Because the thing about it is, like, a lot of this, like, I want to tell you, like, a lot of this emotional movement between like Mercury and Venus bouncing back and forth between Pisces and Aries is like my heart, that fickle thing. Because it's a lot of the emotions going like woo 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 like that. Adam, thank you for the gifts. And Addie, thank you for the gifts as well. Rainbow, thank you for those hearts. And hi there, Betty. How are you doing today? I'm definitely in hermit mode. Sending you support on that journey right now, dear. HMS, thank you for the gifts. Grand Rising, Elisa, Addie. The energy is like an awkward tango dance. It really is. That's like, that I'm telling you, like, it's a lot. It's like, it's just because it's silly energy, because it's like Mercury and Venus, like they were in Aries and then they go back into Pisces and then they come back out again, but and that's why I keep on seeing that, like, a lot of this work, I'm not surprised if there's some energy right now that's looking at something and saying the only consistency in something is the inconsistency. Right, like it's working in the space of recognizing and seeing something in a way that one couldn't see it before. But even in that space, I keep on seeing that at the same time, I also see energy that's like appreciating something that they could never see before, right? Like that's the thing about this energy. I either see energy that's being able to recognize a perpetual inconsistency, or being able to see a consistency that they never recognized before. Like that's what's beautiful about. And thank you for confirming. I do my best to explain. I don't tango dance, by the way. Neither do I. The planets do, apparently. Rainbow. Some really positive shifts in my neck of the woods, and it does feel so freeing with fewer worries. I'm so glad to hear that, Rainbow. Sending you so much support on that journey. And Bella, I pictured someone with two left feet and the arrows on the ground. It's a good way of seeing it, Bella. Got it. Got it. No. Yes. Oh, Queen. It's exactly what you would expect, which is like Mercury and Venus are moving back into Aries. Like we had that, like we had like bat, like like it's like I keep on seeing like there's like I told you there's so much of that nostalgia point, right? Like Mercury and Venus moving back into Pisces, which is the ability to inhabit the space of feelings, but being energetically reaffirmed by them, right? Like that's what we're almost seeing that's happening here. And Adam, thank you for those squirrels. Peace and love, and much light to you as well, Scrappy. Elisa, good to see you today, dear. Hi there, Purr. I so relate to that feeling. Thank you for confirmation, dear. Hi there, Men's. And thank you, Addie, for sharing the live. Grand Rising, Miranda. Thank you for the compliment on my shirt, Camille. Sending love. Oh, welcome. How are things in Colorado right now? And Cinda, thank you for subscribing. Hi there. Welcome, Susie. Addie, authentic connections equal less than perfect. Perfection is weird. Demanding perfection is weird. It is. It's weird. It's weird, right? Like, what does that mean? Like, what is it? Walk me through it. Is it possible to expand on Knight of Pentacles? It's reading, please. Yeah. The thing I like about Knight of Pentacles energy, and it's funny too, because I'm sure you've heard I'm sure you've heard others refer to it. Sometimes it's referred to in tarot circles as the Turtle Knight. But that's what's beautiful about the Turtle Knight, which is like the thing about Turtle Knight is it's like it's like slow, consistent effort, right? Like that's what's beautiful. Like I feel like often Knight of Pentacles energy is not appreciated in tarot because it's talking towards the gift of slow, like slow, consistent effort, right? Like it's often I connect this card very heavily with Saturn too, because the thing with Turtle Knight energy is you can't see it unless you're viewing it in the context of time, right? You can't recognize consistency unless you're patient. Hi there, Jacob. Welcome. And Sophia, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Addie, I love Neptune energy. Everything is negotiable or just be nice. Well, I like Neptune energy because it talks a lot about, and we had a lot of this space. Courtesy isn't nice. Like niceness is not courtesy, and courtesy gets you everywhere, right? Because when you're energetically courteous, you appreciate and you honor another's choices, right? Like that's what courtesy is. It's not insisting on things. So that's why we see, and I feel like there's something about that we often recognize with lessons wrapped around Neptune, because I need to point this out. um like the sea does not force things. It is what it is. You know what I mean? It's the ability to not like it's often like a lot of the lessons that we have to work through with Neptune cycles have to be in the process of understanding that we let go of the things that we're insisting upon. We're able to have everything, right? Like it's a lot like that. Like, you know what I mean? Like they're often a lot like that. And thank you, Elisa. And Natisse, thank you for the follow. Taylor, thank you for the follow. Susie, how do we not feel guilty for resting when exhausted? Asking for a friend. Again, because like I'm going to tell you, Ace of Cups, our first directive of spirit is remembering our first directive is to take care of ourselves. We can't, if you're not taking care of yourself, you can't get anything done. Resting is not exclusive to work, it's inclusive in it, right? We can't segment it out. We have to look at it as part of work. I want you to kind of look at it, Susie, instead. I want you to think of rest as work, not separate from it. And lovely, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Ashley, thank you for the follow. I've been keeping myself from talking about something due to there's no resolution with the convo. Listen, V, here's something important. We've been talking about this. If you're articulating something and it feels like it's in an energetic cycle, you don't need to over explain yourself, you know? Like there's something we've been getting that coming through as well. Like it's like I see a lot of cycles closing right now in the recognition of a cycle. Sometimes recognizing an unhealthy cycle is all the closure you need. And the thing with cycle is that it always wants to perpetuate itself. Right? Like that's the thing about it. It's like like the reason it would not be a cycle if there wasn't an aspect of something that's inclining to being perpetual. So I feel like that's very inclusive in a lot of the work that we're seeing here as well. It's recognizing the cycle that feels like it's sustainable, something that feels like it supports the self versus something that feels like it's holding the self back. And Tasha, thank you for those roses. I mean, I need to point this out. If you're worried that whether you're being a stick in the mud, is remember, it's not picky unless it's important. If you can identify the reason you're holding on to something and it has meaning to you, it's identifying whether someone else shares that space of meaning, right? Like it's working in that context, and that's different for everyone. And this is why we honor, like this is what we talk about when we speak about the work of honoring others' feelings. We can be respective of honoring another's feelings, even if we don't share the same feelings, right? Like it's not about being insistent, it's about being energetically courteous. And Rainbow, thank you for the follow. May, you're so exquisitely and clearly articulate. I do my best. Thank you, May. How does one build up understanding that deep before a commitment? Um, I think that a lot of I mean again, I think that I mean you're kind of, it's a hard question because you're asking me to like describe my own trees. You know, I do a lot of work in terms of exploring the self and trying to understand how I feel. And I feel like that I think that one of the responsibilities we have in being able to love each other, the more we understand ourselves, the better our love feels when it's expressed. So I would say start from there if that makes sense. And Sunshine, incredible channel of what perfection really is. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages, dear. Two plus a commitment as in relationship or partnership. Well, that's what I meant, May, right? Like doing the work to understand the self better is the greatest gift that you can give a counterpart, right? Because it's helping another person not have to like you give each other like when you understand your own map, there's no greater gift than you give the counterpart because it's not them to have to decipher it. Thank you, Jacob. I hope you're doing well today. Addie, one thing Saturn will always do is laugh. It's really like that's the thing about it. Like Saturn, it's just the energy of irony. It's a lot of that like ba-da-dum, you know, it's like it's a lot of that bump, you know, like that's the noise of Saturn. I so relate, adaptable and not feeling like I'm enough. But again, you know, I want and here's the thing. I love this because here's the thing about Venus and retrograde cycles. You know, Venus retrograde cycles feel like they put us through the spin cycle. And then Venus retrograde comes back and says, you're beautiful just the way you are. You know, I'm holding on to hard feelings for a reason, for sure, but that's okay, right? And I need to point this out. Like this is what we talk about around healing karma. Doesn't require us to let go of everything. It's being able to explain to another why something energetically bothered you. You know, Saturn has a great sense of humor. It really does. I feel like Saturn's humor is underappreciated. I mean, it's like you have to like it's like, and here's the thing with Saturn's like you have to laugh. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you're welcome, dear. Hi there, Sharon. Welcome. Have a good day, Jacob and Alexander. Thank you for those gifts. I'm wishing you an amazing day as well, Sharon. You're so welcome, sunshine. I do my best. Have a great day, dear. May, one moment, please. All right. Is this for subscribers only to learn about each card? Is the material only accessible? Okay, so clarification, May. So the classes themselves, the class that we're having tomorrow, that is a part of my tarot class program. So anyone who's a part of the tarot class program has access to the classes. If you'd like to become a part of the tarot class program, all you need to do is become a subscriber to my Substack. That is your ticket of entry into the class program. When you do so, you'll receive an invite for tomorrow's class. You'll also, if you're a monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the library. And if you become a founding member, then you get a discount on the full year's worth of classes, and you get access to the entirety of the library. Now, if you become a subscriber here on the Clock app, then in the Discord, you'll also find a special coupon code that will give you an additional discount to those classes as well. And thank you for those gifts. Yes, anyone can. Yes, and if you'd like to be on the list for a reading here, you can do so. Do you do remote viewing? I don't see the point of it, Miles. I mean, I know everybody's like, I mean, I feel like everybody's really obsessed with remote viewing, and I just don't understand why. I just don't get it. Like, it feels creepy. It feels invasive, you know? Like, I'm like, to me, it's never a question of whether one can remote view. It's a question as to whether one should. You know, like what is that? Like, work me through it. You know? Hi there, Jack. How are you doing today? Same, thank you. Tina, I'm happy to read for you on that connection if you'd like to get on the list. List is open. But please don't spam the comments with your with your question. It's not courteous to those who are trying to communicate in the chat, and I will have to mute you. I must be broken. I don't feel a lot yet with all of them planetary shifts. I don't know, you're not broken right now, You know, the one thing I will say is there might be something that's happening right now as it relates to your placements that this just isn't having much of an effect on you. You know, I keep on describing this is going to be, I feel like it's harder right now. I want to say cardinal signs might be harder because, like, everything, like, here's the thing. Like, and this is what is going to be a bit of a challenging space when the energy moves back into Aries. For Taurus energy, working through feeling like you're seeing red flags everywhere, right? It might be testing your patience. For Aries energy, it's working on building patience, understanding the difference between the patience of someone who's progressive or someone being energetically stubborn. Pisces, I feel like this is difficult right now for those with Pisces because I feel like this is probably doing a number on the emotional space of those with Pisces, like with a lot of Pisces placements. Because I told you, it's a lot of this like back and forth energy, moving back in and out of your sign work that might feel like it's triggering a lot of abandonment wounds. And again, what can all of the signs get right now? Building upon balance. Thank you, Tina, for the follow. You're so welcome, Addie. Thank you for the clarification on Neptune. Absolutely welcome. No, I mean, again, like Miles, the remote viewing question, I don't think it's polite. I just don't, I think it's rude. You know, I think it's like, I gotta tell you, even when I do mediumship, I say, like, do you want to talk to this person? Like, I mean, I like to point this out. I have to tell you, I read from a consent dynamic. So you have to recognize that I work in the space of energetic consent. So I'm not someone who, like, I think that the space or the desire to remote view needs to be looked at as a pursuit and saying, do you think it's courteous? Would you like someone remote viewing you? Right? And if you wouldn't like someone remote viewing you, then I don't think anybody should be remote viewing anybody. It's I don't think it's polite. you know? You're welcome, V. Yes, no need to continue to explain. Cycles are coming to an end for sure. I'm glad. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Yes, it actually it's not going to be uploaded. It's live there right now, May. So we're like, if you want to catch this reading later, it's up on the place where we keep the videos, and it'll be up on the place where we keep the photos. And yes, Solly, the list is open, dear. Thank you. All right, thank you for confirming you got on the list, dear. I'll confirm you there as well. Thank you for letting me know. I'll confirm that too. Remote viewing is something is the ability to see things across great different distances. So being able to see something, like to be able to move your consciousness into a space that you can like orient there. And again, I mean, do I believe it exists? Yes, but I think that I think I think I like to point out, like, and again, a lot of the things I do have to like I like to think about spirituality from an ethical framework. And so even in the space of like, I feel like that desire to remote view, I have to say, would you like someone remote viewing you? And if the answer is no, then like that, like boom, they're done. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's about courtesy. It's about what feels like, I feel like when we talk about spiritual hygiene, then one of the constructs that we have to work in is understanding that we shouldn't be doing something that we wouldn't want or have done to us, right? So I like to point that out. So that's kind of my opinion on that subject. And thank you, Denise, for building for that subscription, dear. Right? Like this is what we talk about with spiritual hygiene. It's like you keep your street side of the street clean by doing the things that you would like. If you don't want something done to you, don't do it. You know what I mean? Like that's what we have to work in, you know? May, I'm not doing that. That's opening up a whole other can of worms. That's what I mean. Like that's that. I mean, it's not about, for me, it's not a question as to whether one can do it. I think the question should always be whether one should do it, and why one feels inclined to. Yes, Andrea, readings are open if you would like to get on the list here. If you get on the list right now, you will be the one, two, three, four. You'll be the fifth person read for. Thank you for explaining. I'm an Aries stellium. Patience is always a thing. So you're probably in a space right now that you're looking around going, what's gotten into everybody? Why is everyone acting all whacked out? I feel like a lot of the Aries energy right now is like, what is happening to everybody? Just hold on a moment. I'm just going to confirm the list. All right. Unbridled. Hold on a minute. 1 second. Boop, boop, boop. Where were we? And thank you, Tina, for the follow. Where's I just lost my spot. Give me a minute. Hocus Pocus shirt is fire. Thank you. I've got two of them. I love this one too. It's a great, 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 great movie. Is remote viewing like the Truman Show, movie? Just curious because I've never heard of remote viewing. So, remote viewing is training the mind space to be able to see things across great distances. So being able to like if you're like, seeing into a different space. Now, I do believe that there are contexts by which one can ethically remote view, but I like one of the things that I do, and I work with all my clients on this, is I operate in the space of consent, which is again, anything that's in that space, like, even in the context of healthy spiritual hygiene, doing something in such a way that it feels like it's ethical. And so the thing is with remote viewing is like it's not something that I build upon. It's not something that I energetically practice because it's not really something that I feel like I have a need to pursue. It's just like I understand if others like like to focus on it, but I feel like you always have to ask the question, why is it so important to you? You know what I mean? Like we work on whys here. We work on why. We work on why. So All right, and I'm just going to confirm right now. I've got one moment. All right, I'm going to read the list that I have right now. And so the list I've got is I've got Danielle, I've got Cindy, I've got Alexandra, I've got Susie, and I've got Andrea. If you sent a donation, um, let me and I haven't called you on the list, please let me know, and I'll check for it. And Sophia, thank you for sharing the live. Wow, you definitely need consent of all parties. Exactly. Yep. Hard pass without permission. Exactly. And Denise, thank you for purchasing that subscription. I've got you on the list, Susie. Excited as well, Andrea. Alexandra, how can you tell the difference if it's remote viewing or claircognizance? It's a good question. Um, well, I mean, so I need to point out the way I like to describe it is remote viewing is more intent driven. Like remote viewing is more the like those who work on it is like I want to see blah, right? And then you like like you move your consciousness in that space to try to do it. Claircognizance is more download based, which is like knowledge that like drops to you. And I like to point out that in the space of that, and I often like for those I work through like for those who like I mentor through that is I also build upon evidence-based claircognizant practice, which is working through the space of getting like verifying the reference in relationality to a download, right? Like working in the context that a good claircognizant moment is receiving something that you can fact check upon, if that makes sense. Hi there, sincerely welcome. I feel that. Thank you, Andrea. Can somebody accidentally remote view? Yes, I think that that's there's definitely cases where that could be possible, right? Thank you. Yep. And okay, thank you. Um, Ruby, are you sure, dear? I'm not seeing it. Can you confirm? Did you go through the links in my bio? Because I'm not seeing it coming through here. Let me know, okay? We'll get you sorted out. Okay, can you just confirm that it actually went through? Oh, Ruby, thank you for getting on the list here. There it is. Thank you. And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, we've got 5 spots left for today, 5 spots left, and then the list will be closed. That said, we are going to get started on personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the 7th person read for. We've got 5 spots left for today before the list is closed. For those who are interested in getting on the list, we do dream interpretation readings here. We do past life readings. We do pet readings. We do animal spirit guide readings. We do angelic readings. We do highest priority messages from spirit. We do love readings. The only we don't read for here. And if you are doing a dream interpretation reading or a past life reading, if there is information that you have that is relevant to the reading that you would like to share with me, I would encourage you to put it in the notes when you send the donation, or if you are a subscriber to our Discord channel, you can head over to the channel itself, and in the designated channels for those topics, you can put the information that I can reference for our reading. All right, first person we're reading for right now, though, today is Danielle. And thank you, Danielle, for getting on the list for today. You'll actually have an additional card in your reading for being the first person on the list. We're also doing a giveaway today for those joining us. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time, and we'll do that random drawing. I'm going to take a minute. I've got you there. How are you doing today, Tigress? So good to see you, dear. All right. All right. I got you now, Ruby. Thank you. Crystal, whoa, is that purple in your hair? Thank you. I mean, it's not, I mean, it's my natural hair color, but I use a lot of purple shampoo. So sometimes it gives it a little tone. Thank you as well. Thank you for the compliment. That's really nice of you to say, dear. Hi there. How are you doing, Tigress? Most important messages, anything about love, definitely welcome. I got you, dear. Absolutely. You're welcome. Thank you for the compliment, sincerely. And for anyone else who'd like to get on the list right now, the list is open. You'll be the seventh person read for. We've got 5 spots left today before the list is closed. Can I please have, no problem, Susie. I know what, you know the way it works. I'm not going to do your reading unless you're here. And if you guys ever get on the list and you miss your reading, just come back to me on the date that you gave that you were on the list, and I'll always honor that spot. All right. Can I please get 4 cards for Danielle? Highest party messages from Spirit. What does Tigress need to know right now? Particularly with a focus on love. Oh, what are you doing in there? This is relevant. All right. I've got a new deck, and the decks keep blending with each other. This is why I like to introduce a new deck with the old deck. Can I please get, yeah, ooh, all right. Can I get 2 more, please? What's going on here? What is this? Here's the thing, man. I keep on hearing personal comfort level is a really important thing. And I keep on hearing it's rude to insist. You know? I'm not sure what's going on. Like, all right, I'm gonna work you through a couple of things right now. In relationality to, and I gotta say, like, it says to me, um, this has to do with something in the context of relationship, which is, and I gotta, all right, ready? So the reason that we work, and this is very, very, very related to the reading that we just had for the collective. We work through our own volatility so that we're not always apologizing for it, right? And I think that there's something really important that I'm identifying here as it relates to an energetic apology. Because it does feel to me like I feel like I see someone here that's in some kind of point of authenticity, um, as it relates to saying something or expressing. And I keep on, the song you hear with someone who has not worked through the pathwork of emotional regulation, like the song you will hear with someone that has not done the work to balance the emotions of the self, is I don't know what came over me. The song you will hear with someone who has not done the work of balancing the emotions of the self is I don't know what came over me, right? Because, one of the things we do as it relates to working in the context of regulating the self is recognizing and identifying our own energetic patterns, right? It's not the fact that we don't feel something strongly, but I keep on hearing that you've got a guide that's trying to tell you, remember, we never act out of character. Who we are when we're feeling emotional is our character, right? Like who we are in those spaces, how we react to something. That is the shape of our personhood. It's not exclusive to it. And that's why I keep on hearing that you've got a guide around you that says your comfortability, like what you're comfortable with, um, is not conditional, right? It's not something that needs to calibrate for another person's um like energetic like energetic distress. Because I almost got this vibration of someone who's around you says, I just care about you so much. Like I don't know what comes over me, being like, then you're not caring about me, right? When someone says, I just care about you so much that sometimes I lose control, that's not care. That is literally not a safe energy to be around, right? Because we heal from trauma so that our love feels like love. We heal from trauma so that we don't say, yeah, sometimes I feel a lot and I just lose control. We find control in ourselves so that what we feel inside is expressed correctly outside. And if we're not self-regulated. And I need to stress this in relationality to something because I can see you caring about someone. But the question you need to ask yourself, and the question that guides are saying, is it safe to care for that person? Because if that person really cared about you, they would make it such that their love would be safe to be experienced. And I need to stress this right now. And that's why they're saying you don't need, like, you can take someone's apology, but you don't need to let them back close to you, right? You can say, I appreciate that you're energetically sorry, but this is the distance, this is the proximity that I will hold you towards right now, right? Because that ability of articulating your own comfort zone should never feel like it has to put you in a space of feeling energetically threatened by another's volatility in the space of love. And I need to stress this because this is a message that's coming through. If there's something that someone says, I have no control, that is literally the indication that they need to get external support for it. The minute we say, I have no control, what we are really saying is, I need external help. So they're saying, don't, an apology is a plan, right? An apology. And if someone doesn't have control over something, they literally cannot say to you, it's never going to happen again, because they just told you in the same breath, they have no control over it. They can't say, I have no control, it's never going to happen again. They have to put a plan into place to articulate the fact that they do not have control. It's an impossibility vortex. They're literally saying, I cannot if they you cannot relate. They're not they cannot exist in the same space. If someone's saying they don't have control over something, they say they cannot, they literally are saying, I cannot tell you it won't happen again. So if someone's saying, I'm sorry, I lost control, it'll never happen again, they're literally saying a logical fallacy. Because if they're saying that they have no control of it, they can't control if it's going to happen again. An apology, a true apology, is a plan. It's being able to articulate what they're going to do to navigate something that they say that they have no control over, to make sure that it doesn't happen again. And energy, I keep on hearing, energy that loves you will be doing the tangible work, not conditional to you, but recognizing to create an environment wherein they're prioritizing your safety so that their love feels like love. Bottom of the deck, yeah, right. And again, I know it's hard because often when we have to have this work, I keep on saying, it's not that someone's lying to you, right? It's not due to a lack of care. It's not due to um, it's not due to a lack of emotion. The question is one of self-awareness, right? When we're self-aware, it's not unhealthy to identify something that we need energetic support for. In fact, there's nothing more beautiful than identifying the moments that we feel like we need help, because they effectively help us. Like it doesn't require us to be perfect. And I want you to remember that is you're not asking too much from someone if there's something that they have no control over. But again, we don't say, but I'm, like again, a condition or a circumstance does not, I keep on hearing, and this is important, um, a condition and a circumstance only becomes a crutch if we don't find a way to operate through it, right? That we don't use the things that we have problems with as excuses. We work towards them. They can actually be productive. They can actually feel like blessings, right? When we look at them in such a way that we try to find the point of productivity. But that's why I see, like, it shouldn't be a place of someone saying you should feel bad for me, right? You should never say like, oh, like it shouldn't be a space of saying you should make an exception, because it's the energy that says I work harder because, right? Like the things we all hear, and we all have things, we all have deficiencies. But when we recognize our deficiencies, we say, I work harder here because I have a deficiency. I work harder here because this is harder for me. We don't say you have to accept this because I'm energetically deficient here, right? I keep on seeing that's where you put the love. That's not where you ask for an exception. Thank you so much, Tigress, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. We've got 3 spots left for today before the list will be closed. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we're reading for today is Cindy. Cindy, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anyone else would like to get on the list for today, we've got 3 more spots before the list is closed. I'm going to take a minute and if you're joining us across the other platforms and would like to get on the list, all you need to do is send the donation via my tree that has Binks in it in Mylayo. Thank you for the follow, Crystal. It's okay if you missed the collective. It'll be up later today on the place where we keep the videos and the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be available as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. And sincerely, thank you for the follow, dear. Yep, I've got you, Ruby. You're on the list now. And I'm just going to read over some of the comments. Thank you, Tigers, for those hearts. I'm currently working together to see if separation is needed. And I keep on seeing that everything you need to know is about the plan, right? And I keep on saying this is a lot, like I keep on hearing, it's not, it'll never happen again. It's building upon the plan and saying like, this is what's going to make sure it doesn't, right? I feel like I needed to hear this in my current place with mine as well. Thank you, Andrea, for being here and receiving these messages. I can see it's been really difficult, and a pattern I've been bringing up for a while now, unfortunately. And that's what I keep on hearing. An apology is a plan. It's not the space of saying it'll never happen again. It's putting the plan in place to make sure that it doesn't. And Carrie, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. I've been working towards not over functioning. Sending you so much support on that journey, dear. And Virgo, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. You're so welcome, Tiger. Sending you so much support on that journey. Thank you as well, Per. Good to see you, Bridget. I hope you're having a beautiful day. You're so welcome, Tigress. Hi there, Olivia. Oh, your husband sent for you. Thank you for letting me know, dear. Can you give me, I don't need your name, sincerely. I need the name. I don't need your name. I need the name that it came through on. So if you give me the name it came through on, I'll be happy to draw cards for you. And thank you, Dada, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. And thank you, V. What a beautiful thing to say. You deserve to be held gently. Tap to claim. Elisa, I've got you, dear. Yep, you're after Ruby. All right. Yep, thank you for confirming, dear. I will change that name for you. Okay, wonderful. I've got nope. Yep, Yep. We're all good. Sincerely. What happened, Hardy? Good to see you, dear. If you'd like to get on the list, I'm happy to draw cards for you. The next person we're reading for today is Cindy. Second call right now for Cindy. Second call right now for Cindy. Your cards are already flying out, so let me know if you're here. And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, we've got 3 spots left before the list is closed for the day and we move into subscriber readings. If you'd like to claim one of those spots, we're doing a past life. Wonderful. All right. Are we just doing, so with past lives, the way we usually do past lives here is often those who've had past life readings send information, or are we just doing, work specifically in the space of identifying the path work that you took from the past life that you're bringing into this one? Can you just give me clarity as to the fact if you want to read about the past life itself, or are we speaking about the transition between the work there versus the work here? I'm already getting a sense we're talking a bit about the work there to here, but I just want to confirm. Transition. Thank you for letting me know, dear. What did I miss? Who missed what, Per? All right. Can I please get, yeah, and that's I need to point out, it's very interesting because we've got, when I pulled the cards out, we had 2 cards that immediately flew out in transition. So that's saying to me that that's a past life. Um, what? I just want to point out, I feel like I got to stress this. There's something about this life where you're here to ruffle some feathers. You're here to ruffle some feathers. There's some feather ruffling. I gotta tell you, like, there's something about this. Let's walk through what I'm seeing here. You know, I see there's some kind of work. You were doing a ton of work in the last life, and you aren't getting a lick of credit for it. Okay. You are getting, I just gotta stress. I'm seeing some kind of situation where, like, you were doing all of this work. You were doing all of the heavy lifting around something, and you weren't getting a lick. You weren't getting a lick of the credit for it, is what I'm saying. And it's giving me, you know, I just keep, oh, like this is like it. Like this is give, oh man. And here's the thing about it. They're saying that the environment was such that it wasn't safe for you to get credit for it. You know? Like that's the thing about it. You know, like this is the thing that's like really frustrating is I just see some kind of situation like you accepted it. You got it. You know what I mean? Like it really it's like, you know, the thing about it is um like I just keep on seeing here it feels to me that um I just see a lot of work that and I gotta work through this because this is really emotional. Hold on a minute. Where's um I see some kind of situation or circumstance wherein you are in a past life and you are on like a deep spiritual mission. But there's something about that spiritual mission that feels like it would have been like it wasn't understood, right? It feels like a situation where, um, you know, there was something there that you weren't able to build into the context of being able to like truly be seen or truly be held. And I keep on hearing like your past life saying it wouldn't have been safe. Like it wouldn't have been safe to do so, you know? This is saying to me, maybe having to do with some kind of like social stigmas or working in the space of energy. Like I almost see you having inhabited. I often see things like this for those who are in feminine energy in the past, right? Because there was so much of a dysregulation in believing that something of value could come from the source of the feminine, that it often created this modality of someone like I keep on hearing you creating something under a pen name or having to do so in some kind of context simply because there was literally a valuation of no believability, like the impossibility that something that you were creating could ever have come, um, could ever have come in the form that you were inhabiting, in the experience that you were within. And that's why I keep on seeing. That's what I meant about this being a transition point, because I see you almost in a context where you're very similar to the person that used to be in that context. But that's why I meant that you're here to kind of ruffle some feathers. That's what I keep on seeing in relationality to being able to ruffle some feathers. I would be very curious about where your Libra placements are, because I see you working in a lot of social justice. I see you very focused on things that feel like they're energetically um, balanced. Because I almost see that like that space of saying that's not fair is almost the space of you like being like I can make it feel like I can be like it's like there's a sensitivity here, and I think it's interesting because I almost see you being in a space of making sure that others get credit, you know like I see, like I would be very curious about this because I see you in a space of being like working in the space of feeling the sense of others being able to get credit and appreciating, is because they're saying that it's helping in service to that past experience where you yourself navigated something where it felt like the credit had to be stripped away from you in order to deliver something in a big way, right? Like this is what I mean. It's like I see you almost in like I see you in that space that feels like it's very energetically protective because you're like, not on my watch. Like I see you being like, not on my watch. We're not doing that. Absolutely not. Don't you dare take credit for that. That's theirs. She being like, that's theirs. Um, Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially with the Queen of Pentacles, because I keep on seeing, like, that's what I mean. Like, I would not be surprised if you feel like you've got a lot of solidarity or strength as it relates to things related to social justice, right? Because I keep on seeing that there was something about the experience of the past life where you felt like the bitterness of having been underserved by a society that literally wouldn't let you take credit because they didn't believe. They literally, like, I see someone having conversations with in the past life and someone being like, they'll never believe it came from you, right? Like it's like I see you them being like they'll never believe it, and having to like that's what I mean. Like they like it was like having to make some kind of hard decision in relationality to something being shared, but not being able to operate in the space that like I see almost saying like better. I hear your past life saying better than it's out there. I don't need to see credit for it. And that's why I see like there's a lot of this like ruffled feathers when it comes to others, that other like when it comes to that space, because I see you almost helping energy that's in the back. Like I see energy that's like doing a lot of work, energy in the back of the room, being able to be moved forward and saying like no, like let them speak, is what I keep on hearing. Like everyone, I hear you going, everybody shut up so this person can talk. Is what I keep on getting. Right? It's like I feel like you're using your voice in some way to tell everybody to shut up so someone else can talk, is what I see. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give an insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we're reading for today is Alexandra. Congratulations on winning our highest gifter giveaway. Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Also, just a reminder to those joining us, if you'd like to get on the list for today, I've got 3 spots left before the list will be closed. We're also at 32.8K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Let me just take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Oh, it's about what we were talking about earlier. Okay. Andrea, no, you didn't miss your spot. You never miss your spot here. Just a reminder, if you have to step away and come back, I always make sure that you're here. And if you ever can't be here for your reading, just come back, find me. I always honor a reading that you paid for. No problem. And thank you so much for those who are those joining us. Everwander, thank you for subscribing. I'm just going to take a minute to read over some of the comments before we continue reading. Olivia, if you'd like to get a reading, all you need to do is send the donation payment via my tree that has links in it in my bio, and you'll be added to the list. And thank you for the follow, dear. I meant you've missed Sin's question, but you wrote it again. Thank you for confirming, Per. I really appreciate that help. I think once the rushing to do things was over, they realized afterwards. Thank you for supporting each other, May. And Cassandra, thank you for those gifts. Have a great day. Thank you, May. And again, stepped away for a bit. Nope, you're good, Andrea. Mars and Libra, thank you. Mars and Libra in 9th house. Thank you. Yeah, that's the carryover. Like that's the carryover from the past life lesson. Right? Because I keep on seeing, like, in the past life, you couldn't do anything about it. Here you can. You're like, no. And thank you. And Rainbow, thank you for subscribing, Rainbow Queen, and Kelsey and Rue. Thank you, Jackie and Moni. And thank you, Some, for subscribing. Virgo Leaf, heads up, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Don't give too. Thank you for subscribing. Great name, by the way. I'm big on fairness and speaking my truth. And I feel like what's interesting about it is like, it's not even about, like, I see it's not even about speaking your truth, but creating a space where others can be heard is what I see. Like I keep on hearing, like, I see megaphone energy around you. And megaphone energy is not necessarily even speaking from your space, but giving like handing the mic off to someone, if that makes sense. Blessings to you as well, Logan. You're so welcome, Sin. Thank you for having that reading with me, and thank you for being a subscriber. All right, Alexandra. So it's actually about what we were talking about earlier. What were we talking about earlier? Sorry. I feel like a little bit of a goldfish here. I think a little bit of a goldfish situation. I don't know if you picked up on that. There's a goldfish in here. Hold on a minute. I got you. It's okay. Roses, thank you for subscribing. All right, and I'm just reading for Alexandra. Nope, you haven't missed anything. Appreciate you too, dear. I feel that. Grand Rising, Irene. I feel like I use various point of views to come to a conclusion about a situation or subject. Okay, that's fair. All right. I feel like I use various point of views to come up. Okay, do you have that sounds like Gemini placements right there. If it's remote viewing or if I can improve my relationship with it. Yeah, I got it. Okay, I understand now. Thank you. All right. Can I please get 4 cards, please, for Alexandra on what's going on with the POVs? Yep. 4 cards, highest priority. Okay. So, and what's interesting about the question that you're asking here is, and they're saying to me, it's working through the difference between a gift and a talent. Like, again, I keep on, they're saying like there's something to recognize between the difference in relationality to a gift and a talent. They're saying that your ability to embody your ability to embody multiple point of views has to do in the space of empathy, right? You're an empath, right? So those who are deeply empathic, and this is why it's really hard for empaths, because like empaths often have to do a lot of work in building healthy boundaries. It's too easy. It's like empath energy is like it's too easy to step into another person's shoes. It's too easy to have that moment and being like, wow, I understand, like I know how it feels. No, I know how it feels, right? Like this is the gift of the empath, and like it's often like I need to point out the way you can usually tell the difference between a gift and a talent is that a gift, when you have a gift, you got to work on learning how to stop doing it. Like you got a gift, when you got a gift, it's like whoops, like you got a gift, you got to usually like that's how you tell the difference between a gift and a talent. When you got a gift, you got to like stop work on how to stop doing it, and when you have a talent, you got to work on how to improve it. And so they're saying that you have a natural you're an empath, so you have a gift that allows you really easily, this has been a problem for you, like understanding, like, and this is often like, and this is often what empaths have to work through. It doesn't matter, it's not a question of unbodying how another person feels, it's recognizing that there's still choices happening in that space. Feeling the sadness of someone being a jerk does not exclude them from being a jerk. It doesn't. Understanding the emotional pain that one is deciding to be a jerk through, often it does not exclude the fact that someone's being a jerk, you know? This is a hard this is why it's hard for empaths when it comes to boundaries, because empaths are like, but they're in pain. I'm like, yeah, but they're still being a jerk. I'm like, yeah, I know, they're being a jerk because they're in pain, but they're still being a jerk. You like this is what happens. Um, but like so they're saying that your natural gift of being an empath means that you would be very talented in the space if you were working in the place of remote viewing. But they're saying that the reason that it's not, and it's exactly what you said in relationality to a gift versus a talent, which is a gift, you can't help it. You accidentally. It's so easy for you to be able to navigate into, to embody like there, and there's an into point, and then this is the differentiation point. Okay, remote viewing has nothing to do with empathy. Remote viewing has nothing to do with empathy. It has to do with seeing. It has to do with being able to see something, right? It has to do with being able to orient upon something from a proximity. And so again, they're saying it's the difference between empathy is embodying, right? Empathy is coming into, is coming into the perspective of another. But remote viewing is seeing. It's throwing one's sight to a place that you can't see. So it's not so much built upon empathy, but it is connected, because those who are empaths have, like it's something that can often allow for a bit of like, it's something that can be worked towards, but it's different in that context, because one, you can't help it, and they keep on saying remote viewing is always intentional. right? Because remote viewing, it's not like you're just seeing something. Remote viewing is like, like you're putting your force of intent there. And they are saying that, you know, the clarity of recognizing or feeling an energetic download, it's, I want to describe this more as, and I like to point it this way: if you're asking the difference between claircognizance is something that drops into you, and you're like, where'd that come from? It's like, well, like, and then you have to like do the digging to understand the find the energetic meaning of it. But remote viewing is throwing the perception far afield. It's an act of energetic intention. It's a desire to see something and then moving the force of will upon it. So they're different things, but having an inclination for one can help you build the talent towards the other, if that makes sense. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, because they're saying what you're doing is not, and this is why, again, this is why I talk a lot towards, like, I feel that we should have a conversation, and this is like me about the like about the efficacy of remote viewing, because I feel like they're like, and that's the thing, that you shouldn't be upset, like if you're not intending, like remote viewing has to do with a lot of intention. But if you're not, like I keep on hearing, if you're not intending to do so, like it's like I told you, it's a gift, because it's too easy for you to, like, it's too easy for you to, it's something, and it's more of the continuation of saying you can tell the difference between a gift and a talent, because a gift is something you have to learn how to stop doing, right? Like you have to learn how to turn it off. And a talent is something that you have to learn to turn off. Is what I keep getting. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Alexandra. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages. So they're saying, don't worry. It's like you can't be upset. Like they're saying you can't be upset at yourself because um thank you so much for having that reading with me, Alexandra. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person that we are reading for today is Susie. Susie, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anyone else would like to get on the list for today, we've got 3 spots left for today before the list will be closed and we move to subscriber readings. We're also at 34.7K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages the app to move this out to those who have not received these messages before. So thank you so much for doing so. Thank you so much for those beautiful gifts, Cassandra. I hope you're having a beautiful day. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that reading. Susie, if you're here, let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question. All right. If it's remote viewing and if I can improve my, yes. So I hope that helps answer that question. Hi there, Kay. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for the compliment on my shirt. And Lori, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Oh, to see versus to understand. Yeah, and that's the thing about it. Like, again, like claircognizance is like, where did that come from? Okay, I gotta go search that. I gotta go figure out what that means. But remote viewing is like, I want to see, it's casting the gaze outward. And thank you for those crowns, Cassandra. Sometimes I catch myself going into subjects that are emotionally touchy, and I'm like, oh my God, wait. Yeah, I mean, I can see that, and I feel like, and they're saying to me, um, you have an ability, like they're saying to me, you have an ability of recognizing others' touchy rooms, or seeing the mansion of the self in such a way that you can tell that someone's got like a, like Like, that's the problem, and that's the thing with empaths. Empaths are like, they've got a blockage. I'm like, yeah, but do they know that? Are they working on fixing it? Like, your ability to recognize that another person has got a vulnerability. If someone's not doing that work, this is why empaths accidentally like trigger someone. They're like, "Ah!" Like, because you're like, you see something about another and you can't help seeing it. It's like it's as clear as the nose on your face. And it's like that's often why empaths have to work through discernment, because often like they'll say something that another person's really touchy about because it's like that's why accidentally like you've just like stepped on like a mine, because like it's like, oh, it's like I like you can see the sensitivity, but you can feel into the sensitivity, you know? Yep. Not my business. Exactly. And that's the thing about it. Like that's the thing. Empaths, like I like to point out, it's interesting because empaths are always trying to like work to shut that off and then remotely, you know what I mean? And they're saying like, but they're saying like that's, like that there's something about the objectivity, like there's a connection point between the two. You're so welcome, Alexandra, for the insights on the difference. I appreciate it. Makes me feel better. You're so welcome. Absolutely. And that's why it's funny. I think it's really funny that the last card I saw was "Don't sweat it." Like you're not like you're not going to be remote viewing unless you're being intentional on it. And that's why I like get touchy about the efficacy of it. All right. It's interesting, almost like they expect to be coddled or comforted. Who are we? Like, I'm not sure what we're referring to. Maybe I'm missing messages here. Okay. And thank you. You're so welcome as well. Thank you for connecting over this. You're so welcome. Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much for supporting each other in the live as well. All right, we're continuing forward. Thank you for helping today. I'm definitely stepped on a mine. I just think somehow I can help. Oh, interest. Okay, so we've got an alignment there. So we're talking about that right now as well. I feel that walking around. This is why empaths need to be with someone who's very energetically secure with themselves, because sometimes empaths like accidentally walk into like emotional mansions of another person, and if someone's blocked, like it can really trigger another person, because like empaths are like, I can't help seeing it. It's like, stop doing that. Empaths are like, stop doing what? you know I feel that walking around seeing things many don't and refusing to tap into. And that's the thing about it. And here's what empaths have to realize: it's not another person's refusal, right? When we have gifts, it's understanding it sometimes is easier for us than others, right? It's like often that refusal, there's usually a lot of trauma around it. I believe Susie said something about stepping out. Thank you for letting me know, Per. I really appreciate that. Next person we're reading for today is Andrea. Andrea, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. All right. And thank you so much for those beautiful gifts, Cassandra. I appreciate you. Yes, I've got space for a reading today, SBM. If you'd like to get on the list, I've got 3 spots left today. I agree with that entirely. Thank you so much for being here and agreeing as well. All right. You're very welcome. I think it was a mirrored connection we both needed to hear. Thank you guys so much for supporting each other through this work. I've got you, dear. General, so much happening. All right. Can I get 4 cards, please? Highest priority messages. Wow, I see it. What is this like a past life thing that's coming back to you here? This is like, I feel like I see something that you're having some kind of energetic breakthrough on. Um, you know, I'm gonna work you through. I'm seeing you to a certain extent. We can talk about it. Um, you know, I see you kind of coming into a space of, and I need to point this out. Um, karmic healing is not forgiving everything. It's understanding the conditions by which we arrived to something. And I almost see you like reaching some point of acceptance on something, like there's catharsis here. Um, and it's, I keep, I'll put it this way. Um, the identification point of, there are moments in our path work, and this is what, like, I feel like you're going through a lot of warrior lessons right now. And the difficulty that we see with warrior lessons is recognizing the limitations of the self when we're insisting on something. And why do we talk about not insisting on things? Because when we insist on things, we we often build that space of identifying something that we want, that blocks us from seeing the quality and nature of it, right? And when we talk about the like warrior lessons, are often are lessons that are based upon, and it's upon energetic surrender. And energetic surrender isn't letting go of things. It is letting of giving up. It's letting go on of the things that we insist on. And in the moment that we let go of the things that we insist on, we suddenly are able to see what is happening, right? It's almost like that, and it can feel so difficult because often in those spaces, there's a lot of catharsis, but it's in that space. Like, what does the warrior say? It is what it is, right? A warrior does not try to change the conditions of what they find. A warrior identifies what is worth, like what is worth their energy, what is within them, what is within them to change, versus what is outside of the self to accept. And I just keep on seeing that. I feel like you're having some kind of breakthrough here. Like I see some kind of I see some kind of like opportunity that is coming towards you in a big way. Like I just keep on seeing, like there's like this moment of expansion. And a lot of that expansion point, I'm almost recognizing it's coming through in the context of having to figure out how to do something in a different way. You know, it's trying, like I keep on hearing efficiency. It's like I keep on hearing you say, like, it's working in some kind of context of what feels like it's energetically efficient. And I feel like a lot of that, and we can talk about this here because I keep on seeing that it does feel uh like you need to have a hard conversation in relationality to making sure that you and another person are on the same page. And the thing is, like, and this is what we talk about, um as it relates to, as I mean, I let's talk about what lip service is, right? Because I feel like that's the thing about this that feels like it's a little difficult. um Lip service is when someone says that they want something, right? We say, like, we articulate what our manifestation is, and someone goes like, I want that too, I want that too. But then we recognize that everything that they're doing is counter oppositional to that, right? It's not enough. Like, that's what we talk about. Words mean nothing without action, you know? Like words mean nothing without action. It's easy, again, it's easy to wish for things to be, but a manifestation is a wish with legs. Like a manifestation is not something that we wish is different. It's something that we walk towards to fix. And so I want you to remember that right now, because I do feel like I see you on the verge of moving towards a manifestation goal. And the reason that they're saying this is because they do feel to me like there's some choices that need to be made at this time. And they keep on saying, like, the message that they want you to remember in a lot of this work is this is a wish free zone, right? It's not enough to say that you wish, because when someone says, I wish, what they're really saying is, I'm not actually invested in doing anything. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's easy. I keep on hearing it's easy to wish, right? And sometimes it feels really ironic, because sometimes in the modality of us building towards someone that's actively giving us those things is often the energy comes towards us and goes, I wish, and being like, well, that's why we are where we are, because your wishes don't mean anything, you know? So um, make sure that you're talking about manifestations productively. Make sure that, and I keep on hearing, make sure that something's on a timeline. And if someone is dragging in their feet here, because sometimes what happens is someone articulates that they want something that we want, but they're dragging their feet. What they're really saying is like, this is my energetic ideal. I don't want to change it, right? This is everything I want it to be. Remember that they're saying, like, make sure that you're reading between the lines, between what someone is saying that they desire versus them showing you that they're putting the energy into doing it, is what I keep on seeing. Because I keep on hearing the message around your reading. It says it's easy to wish, right? It's awful convenient to wish. And often the energy that wishes for things is the energy that's not actively doing them. So make sure that that is happening in the space of a productive conversation as it relates to articulating upon what needs to change. Because I keep on seeing like there's a breakthrough for you that's imminent. But and I keep on hearing like a healthy relationship shouldn't be conditional on you having a breakthrough, is what I keep on hearing, right? Like it shouldn't change anything. Like that's the thing I keep on seeing. Like a plan does not require a breakthrough. Um, Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with this Sun card in its reversal. And this is what we like. And this is what can be so difficult. And I need to point this out. Like, um, how do I describe this? I'm sure you've heard the term like wishy-washy, but the term wishy-washy is not indicative in terms of the space of how another comes towards us. It has more to do with focusing, with knowing what it is that we desire, right? Like that's what we mean. Like it's not about like when someone's too fickle, it becomes impossible to build with them because they're not staying consistent in their manifestation goal, right? Being too changeable can also block a manifestation from coming through because it's about placing, like it's about concerted, directive, consistent effort. So, make sure that you're like building into that space of consistency, and make sure that you're recognizing it on the part of another, right? Because again, I keep on hearing an apology is lip service unless there's a plan attached to it. It's easy to apologize, and it's more convenient I keep on hearing it's more convenient to apologize for something than ask permission. But that's why I keep on seeing that if that there shouldn't be any double apologies, right? Because again, when someone keeps apologizing for something, that's not something they're trying to correct for. That's them apologizing for having a habit that you have to tolerate. So make sure that you're make sure that you're having a conversation about what those plans are to make something better, and not getting into that space of like, and this is why we start to be exhausted when someone's apologizing for the same thing over and over again, but they're not working to change it because we stop believing their energetic apology. So thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got 2 spots left for today, 2 spots left. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, thanks to my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for here on this app, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we are reading for today, I'm still looking for Susie. If Susie isn't here, we're reading for Ruby. I'm looking for Susie or Ruby. Can you let me know if you'd like Ruby with a Y, not Mod Ruby. Ruby, I've got you too. You're gonna have 2 cards in your 1 card in your subscriber reading. Okay. And I'm gonna take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Just bear with me as I read over some of the comments. And also, friends, we are at 35.3K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages, it pushes the app, the message out to those who have not had this, who have not seen this before. So thank you. Thank you so much, Cassandra, for those beautiful gifts. I appreciate you. And Draven, thank you for the follow. Hi there as well. Just reading over some of those comments. Yes, you absolutely can, SBM. Yes, absolutely, Sarah. All you need to do, and if I'm saying your name incorrectly, feel free to correct me. Just let me know if you've done so, and I'll confirm you're on the list. Okay. May, as an empath, I can't be near my BF at the moment because I don't know why I've had to see. Oh, sending you support on that journey, May. Thank you, lovely. My issue last time was my name is my full. Okay, well, again, listen, I don't need to, I won't ever say, I need to stress this. I will never say your full name here. And if you articulate that you need me to like state something, like just tell me the name you'd prefer to go by and I'll honor that name. It's okay. Nope, that's why. Thank you for letting me know. To see what I saw. He's been drinking non-alcoholic, but it's dissolving his shield. I'm sending you so much support on that journey, May. And Cassandra, thank you so much for those beautiful gifts. Andrea, struggles with the future, dealing with relationship struggles, progressing forward and feeling a lot. Just be consistent right now. Just work in that, like, again, and I want you to chart your progress. This is not about big leaps right now. This is about steady incremental progress. Career back and forth, and I feel this. Oh, I say that often, like, is this productive? It is. And I'm going to tell you, you can know your edification point on something being productive is if you can chart your progress, right? I want you to recognize that. Thank you for letting me know, Sarah. I'll confirm that now. Lip service, I've been getting that download as well. Thank you, Tigress, for confirming. And I'm so glad that this is confirming your own downloads as well. All right. Andrea, yeah, the conversation I have with my current boyfriend, saying all the things, but action is just I keep on hearing, remember, I keep on hearing the same message for you. An apology is a plan. It's easy. Remember the difference between I'm sorry, I'm like this. I'm sorry you have to put up with this versus the energy that says I'm working to do something differently. Sending you so much support on that journey, dear. And thank you as well, Tigress. Yes, to want and to desire, then what do you do with the desire? I mean, I see someone going through a little bit of an existential crisis, but I need to point this out. Like, an existential crisis should not get in the way of a plan. You know what I mean? Like, if you can, like, yeah, a good plan will support you through an existential crisis. All right. And Sarah, I've got you on the list, dear. We've got one more spot today. If anyone wants to get on the spot, you will be if that is, and then we'll move to one card readings for subscribers. I've been doing what I can to understand if it's Claire or RV. Sending you so much support on that, May, and I am happy to read for you to help you. Like one of the things I do for those who are interested, like one of the things I do in the mentorship space for those I work with is helping to recognize like the differentiation point between a download versus navigating an energetic fear, right? Because sometimes that can be very difficult, right? Like that's a lot of that trajectory that we try to chart in terms of helping to identify and recognize something that is um, like positive and productive to the journey versus something that one is encountering that feels like it's triggering an old fear or something that feels like it's unproductive. I hear in my head, step up or step out. I think that's a good, I mean, that's the, like, that would be, that's what we talk about when we talk about some of that wishy-washy energy, right? It's the uncertainty, it's the hesitancy in moving in a direction, right? Draven, thank you for the follow. Because past and current experiences with people past and alive in their life, sending you support on that journey, May. Well, that's 1,000,000,000% true. I feel this. I felt this. Thank you for confirmation on the reading, Andrea. And thank you for those gifts, Cassandra. Keeks, thank you for the follow. Elisa, I'm back. Oh my God, that was cute. I know, they're really cute gifts. I like the birdies. This fits. Thank you, Andrea, for having that reading with me. And thank you for being a subscriber and sending you so much support on that journey. I've got you, Sarah. You're on the list now. One more spot today. I know Cassandra's really hitting it out the park with the cute gifts. I mean, I miss our fish though. I miss our lanternfish. I love that girl. She was a queen. Hi there, Ruby. All right, reading for Ruby now. I get so mad when they take those gifts away. Lori, I've got you, dear. Yes, you're going to be read for after Sarah. And Contessa, thank you for the follow. All right. Ma'am Hardy, I'm always happy to read for you. If you'd like to get on the list is open. I'm sending you so much support on your journey, dear. I want you to continue to, thank you. Oh, I love that whale. I want you to continue to work towards your manifestation goals. Okay. How many on the list? Kay, good to see you, dear. The list is full. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So seventh person read for if someone wants to get on the list, and then the list will be closed. And yeah, happy to put you on the list for a mod reading, Kay. All right. Are you okay waiting, dear? Or do you need to be advanced on the list? Just let me know. No, you'll never miss your reading here, sincerely. I never do a reading if you're not present for it. Can you explain? Sorry, you have to put up with the really resonates. Yeah, so we have to, like, the thing about an apology, I always articulate this, it means too many different things, right? A sorry is not an apology because sorry can feel confessional. Sorry can be someone saying, I'm sorry you have to put up with this. I'm sorry I'm like this, which is really someone saying, I'm sorry I refuse to change. But a true apology, like a true authentic apology, is a plan, which is someone that says, taking accountability. I recognize that this is something that I need to improve upon. And this is my pledge to try to do something better to remedy it. Hi there, Oscar. How are you doing today? Syra, thank you for Thank you for clarifying. And if I say it incorrectly, feel free to remind me. Sometimes it takes me a few times. You're so welcome, sincerely. Okay, that might help if everyone's okay with it. I understand. So for those who are joining us, my mod is actually on a reverse schedule for us. So if it's okay, we're going to do the mod reading. I'd like to advance the mod reading. If everyone's on the list and is okay with that, please let me know. If anyone has an issue with it, please speak up and I'll try to do you, like, we'll navigate that. Yes, thank you. Thank you for confirming, Lori. Thank you for letting me treat you how you shouldn't be treated. Thank you guys for helping each other in the collective. Exactly, Kay. Okay, so we're reading right now for Ruby. All right. Ruby, did you put your question in? Am I just missing it? All I saw was Ruby here. Ruby, can you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question? And if I missed it, could someone let me know? I'm just not seeing it here. And Ruby, if you already put your question in, um, you may have to rephrase it or put, oh, I see it now. Thank you. What is the energy and guidance around M and I? Okay, got you. Can I please get 3 cards, highest priority messages from spirit around that energy? What is like I see someone going like this. I see someone going like this. Um, you know, did someone have like an overbearing mother? Because I just keep on hearing "get off me, mom" around someone. You know, like there's something about this. There's something about this energy that has to understand that I keep on seeing when someone lets you do anything you want, like that's not love, that's negligence. That's what I keep on hearing. Like there's something about there's something about this here. I feel like there's something about um there's something like there's an intimacy wound here that needs to be navigated to a certain extent because I just keep on feeling like this is someone that has some deep wounds as it relates to some kind of overbearing partnership, um, particularly in the space of love, right? Like there's something about this, and I just keep on seeing that there's an abandonment wound around it, which is like when someone starts feeling too emotional. Like I would be curious about where their Sagittarius placements are because I often see this with someone who's got Sagittarius placements because they're like Sagittarian energy. When they start feeling emotional, Sagittarius will be like, look how fast I can run. Like it's Sagittarius are like, gotta go. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's a lot of it's a lot of that. Um I'm also seeing someone that's going like, I shouldn't have said that. Like when they get irritated, they say things in the heat of the moment that they don't mean, and they gotta heal from their own hyperbole, you know? Yeah, and I keep on hearing and I keep and I gotta point out, this is why hyperbolic, like speaking from hyperbole can create wounds because often when we say something hyperbolically, another person takes us authentically, right? That's why we don't say things in the heat of the moment like I never want to see you again or don't ever talk to me, right? Because I just keep on seeing that, you know, that emotional drama that we feel as it relates to feeling triggered, like another person takes as a slap in the face. Like I see someone who has a hard time recognizing that their defense mechanism wounds, like it wounds others, right? Um, and so I see someone like trying to work through something in that way. I see someone who recognizes it, but I keep on hearing someone say, I would give anything um, to take back what I said in some context, because I keep on hearing someone say, I would give anything to take back something I said at a time I was deeply like wounded by another person trying to show me something. Like I see someone working through that. Um, so at the same time, I also see that there's something that you need to and I keep on seeing holding another person to an energetic standard is such that again, we're working in the same space of identifying and saying a healthy relationship shouldn't require one to be a mind reader, right? I'm sorry I'm like this is not enough, is not I see that this is how this is like affecting you, and saying again, when every time someone says when someone says, I'm sorry, I'm like this, it's almost like someone saying, I'm sorry, I'm going to keep cutting you. You know what I mean? It's like that the energy, it's recognizing and identifying and saying, making sure that a productive conversation is such that another is taking responsibility for something that they said that was not okay. Working in the context of not feeling I keep on hearing allowing a context where you can say look, I understand that you've got an intimacy wound as it relates to feeling emotionally suffocated around something, but you don't a healthy relationship is not such that you know react to something, but you speak towards how you're feeling, right? So I feel like the one thing I would articulate between you and them is making sure that you're having a productive conversation, but not making a concession, right? And when I see that, when I keep on hearing having a productive conversation, but not making a concession, which is the space that says I forgive you, but only in the space that you take acknowledgement for something you did that needs to change, right? Not the energy that says forget about it, right? Because if this is the energy that says it's not going to happen again, it will. I see this it's not about it's not the energy being you shouldn't have upset me. It's the energy that says this is what I'm going to do next time you do, because being upset is not something that you can avoid in relationship. It's something that you have to prepare for. It's something that you have to build. You can't build a perfect relationship is not one where another person just works not to upset another. It's working through the space of what happens when you inevitably upset each other, which is going to happen, right? And that's why I keep on hearing, you know, like I said, something productive but not concessional, right? Something that doesn't say forget about it, but says no, we're not going to forget about it. We're going to take whatever this is in the past and let it serve something that helps us build forward in a better way, right? Therefore, thereby the past is not an arsenal, it becomes a library, something that we can learn on, something that we can be informed upon, something that we can do better as we continue forward. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ruby. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, we've got one more spot available today, and then the list will be closed. If you're joining us across the other apps and would like to get on the list, you can do so via my tree that has links in it in my bio. We're also at 37K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. We're already at 37K likes. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And if you're just joining us, welcome. All right. And thank you for correcting my pronunciation, Syra. I'm good. I'm happy to read for you, Oscar. If you'd like to get on the list, all you need to do is send the donation and you'll be added to the list. Thanks, Lio. Thank you. Thank you. Syra, appreciate you. Thank you for confirmation, Lori. Thank you guys for letting me know that you're okay with that. Thank you, Kay. So you'll be the next person we're reading for, Kay. All right, excellent. Okay, so with the list right now, I'm still looking. So the list right now for those who are waiting to be read for, we're going to be doing Kay Megan, and then Susie, and then we've got Elisa, we've got Moni, we've got Lori, and we've got Syra. If I missed you on the list, if you sent the donation, just let me know and I'll make sure to include you on the list. Hi there, YP. Thank you for confirmation, Cassandra. The list is not closed, but thank you. We've got one more spot on the list here. Sagittarius quickly turned into Forrest Gump. That's exactly right. It really is. Like a lot of like Sagittarius often have to work with that, being like, I look how fast I can run, being like, no, like strength is not running, it's standing still. Sag moon with a previously overbearing mom right there. Hi there, Amanda. How are you doing? Giving you some time to prepare your question. Absolutely. I'm ready to go. Thank you, Kay. All right. Kay, as an empath, hyperbole is something I'm trying to be more patient with because my honesty can be brutal. It feels true to me. Well, it's hard, right? Like I need to point out, like we have to heal. I feel like we have to heal from hyperbole because often what happens in the space that we're hyperbolic is someone takes us literally, right? +2 because it feels true. Thank you, May. I have the same problem, always trying to smooth out my bluntness. You're so welcome, Ruby. Thank you for having that reading with me and wishing you the best on that journey. Oscar, I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to secure the final spot on the list. You just need to send a donation payment. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the live. Aquarius moon. I love Aquarius moons. Aquarius moon to me is like exquisite taste. Aquarius moons have the most exquisite taste. Yes, like Kate, like that is the Sag. The Sag is look how fast I can run and how far I can leave this situation behind me. How do you like the taste of my dust? But this is why the Sag heals when they realize that strength is not in how fast you can run. It's finding the ability to stay, right? Yes, exactly. It's a gift if used right, but have to make sure we're not doing damage. Beautifully said, Kay. Can confirm my sister has an Aquarius moon. They're always they've got like they know about they'll like like they'll it's always some kind of niche thing, like all right, we're doing a reading right now for Kay. Could I please have a reading on the relationship between my mother and her mother? Yes, and thank you guys so much. And please thank Kay Megan for all their help as mod. 4 cards, please, for Kay. 4 cards, please, for Kay on the connection. I feel like I see something here that was difficult. I see some kind of energetic connection between another like 2 people that um could not see eye to eye. I mean, there's still like I have to express like there's still definitely love there, but I just keep seeing that how do I describe this? Hold on. This is like So I see a situation of someone who went to like great lengths to try to create an environment where someone didn't have to go through the same things that they went through. Um, and there's something about like working that, like there's something about their journey in comparison that I can see the energy of the grandmother that like gets it because you know it says to me that like I see an energy that was working in the context of identifying and working in a space of putting a lot more. I keep on hearing the word sheltering, right? And so I keep on hearing the energy of the grandmother saying, when you're trying to shelter someone from something, there's going to be an energetic disconnect because when you do it successfully, like, and it's like I keep on hearing it's a thankless job because when you're trying to shelter something from someone, the like when you're trying to shelter something from someone, then the moment that you recognize that you've done so successfully is the fact that they never have to understand, is what I keep on seeing around something. If they I know like this is like the grandmother energy is like super super nuanced. Like there's a lot, like this is some like heavy energetic stuff here. You know what I mean? Like they're saying they're looking at, and it's funny too because like like they're giving me a side grin on it, right? Like they're literally giving me a side grin on something and saying it's a thankless job because if you've done it successfully, you have that moment and someone just doesn't understand. And then you know you've done the job right and you never felt further away from someone, right? Like it's like you understand, like you understand, like it's like, do you understand the rift that occurs in that? They're going, do you understand the nature of a rift in that way? Which is like I did my job best and as a result, like we will never understand one another, you know? Like I did my job. I see them going, I did my job too well. Like, I did my job too well. But they're saying it they're saying it like in an ironic way. Like I think it's interesting because when I'm reading for the grandmother, they've got one side of their face tilted up because they're like the irony. They're going the irony. Like it's very Saturn is what I'm hearing. I keep on hearing it's very Saturn in here because they're saying the irony of me doing my job well is that they'll never understand me. They'll never have to go through what I went through, right? Like that's it's like they keep on seeing them saying like we don't see to eye because I did my job perfectly. It's what they keep going. They go, we don't see eye to eye, thank goodness. Because I keep on hearing someone who just doesn't talk about things. You didn't know everything about this person. Mm-mm. No, they told you what they wanted you to know. Like, it's like I keep on hearing. You know, like I see a lot of this energy here around something that like works in the context of like, like I see someone who like was very energetically like secretive, but like I keep on hearing like, secretive in the best way possible because I feel like I see someone going doing the work, like not sharing another, like not putting the burden of their trauma on another person. Like that's why I keep on appreciating this energy because I keep on hearing them say I worked really hard to make sure that they never had to go through what I went through. And so the disconnect is my highest virtue, is what I keep on hearing them say. The fact that we don't like the fact that they don't understand is exactly why I did my job perfectly, because it's like, I see someone going, I did that work so that they didn't have to. And then meanwhile, but again, I see something here, in the energy of, like, and that's what I mean about, like, so much confidence. You know what I mean? Like, and again, I need to point out, it's easy to be confident, in relationality to, and that's why I keep on seeing, like, I think it's interesting because I see, like, the energy of the mother looking towards um their mother as just not getting it, or like not being like hip to something. You know what I mean? Like, I almost see that there's something about the energy of the mother that, um you know like like it's hard, because I literally see someone that was trying to say to another person, I do get it, like, I do understand, but, like, it's it feels to me, and I'm going to get some bond on the deck, because it's a very complicated relationship between these two energies. um you know I almost see a situation where another person even felt like another person was overly cautious, right? Like, almost like constantly having to perpetuate some experience of feeling like another person's like overabundance of caution was not necessary. But I almost see the energy of grandmother being like, but yet, but that is why, because if the over caution led to someone being energetically safe, they're going, you see, it was like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like the agree to disagree, because someone goes like, see, you were worrying for nothing. And the energy grandma go like the grandma energy goes, was I? Like, you know what I mean? Like, thank you so much for having that reading with me, right? Because it feels to me, I think it's interesting because I almost feel like, I feel like it's identification point and recognizing priorities, right? Like, I feel like I see one person that was working very hard to make peace, and another energy that was always working very hard to break free from it, like to be energetically restless, is what I keep on seeing. And so that, like, it's giving me, it's funny because I'm getting like the young and the restless here, but it's funny because, like, the older energy is the young energy, and the restless energy is the mother energy. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Kay. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing, and it's interesting too, because I almost see someone, like, I see one energy saying, like, I'm trying to protect you from something, and I see another energy romanticizing it. You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing that's interesting about it. It's like I see someone like that's like one energy is very romantic. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. We've got one more spot left for today, one more spot. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Thanks to my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person on the list for today, I'm still looking for Susie, or if Susie is still not here, I'm looking for Elisa. So Susie and Elisa, and I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Thank you. Oh my gosh, what a cute little bunny. Thank you, Anonymous. All right. And just bear with me as I read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And thank you, Hina and and Kimberly for subscribing. Thank you, Rhythm and Catherine and Weddy for subscribing. Thank you, Sylvia and Marky and Ladisha and Meg and Marky for subscribing. And thank you, Weddy, for subscribing. Thank you, Lydia, for subscribing as well. And JD, thank you for the follow. Thank you as well, Haley and Karen and Two Weird. Thank you as well, C. Mike and Morgs and Gaia. Yes, it's definitely complicated. I can see it's complicated. Yeah, it's so interesting. Like I see one energy, um, like it's giving me like the difference between like a complicated, it's giving me like the difference between like a complicated air or water sign versus someone like very much in fire sign, you know? And so a lot of that, like you see you're warring for nothing, and the other energy being like, you know, like that is so grandma. Thank you for confirming, Kay. It is, it's very complicated and it's always intrigued me. No, I see it. Like, and I see someone like I see the energy of the grandmother being like like very ironic about it, you know? Yeah, how are you going to explain this to them? And Tammy, thank you for the follow. This is so fascinating because I think my relationship with my mom is quite similar. Yeah, you know, like I feel like I feel like there's something about that. I almost see someone like who's very focused upon confidence. You know, I see someone who's like incredibly brave, you know? Like I keep on hearing like energy that like dares, you know? You're so welcome. And thank you, Kay. No problem, Elisa. All right. Yes, Ruby, you're on the list for the extra card. If you need that sooner rather than later, just let me know. I was going to wait till we do the one card readings, but if you need it, just let me know. Anonymous, I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. The list is open. We've got one spot left. I'm still waiting for Susie. So, Elisa, yes, you're the next person on the list right now. You don't have the time anymore to give everyone one card. No, I will always. Absolutely, always. I'll always honor one card readings for subscribers. The more the merrier. They're both earth signs, but I have no idea about the rest of the chart. It's I see I feel like it has something to do with the moon sign placements, especially the moon sign placement of the grandmother energy to the mother energy, because it's like having different perspectives on something. Yes. Hold on a minute. All right, just reading over my comments. You're welcome, Kay. Yeah, my grandmother has a very ironic. Like every time I was reading for them, like that side, like, like I keep on like the side of my face was like they're like, you know, you know. Yes, please. Yeah, absolutely, Ruby. Absolutely. So again, for those who are so the one card readings we do at the conclusion of the personal reading. So we will get to the one card readings. However, Ruby's one of our moderators. So if Ruby, if you need to step out, and you also got the hider, if you'd like those two cards, I'm happy to pull for you. Cassandra, in the fact that I know the fact that you are giving a lot of gifts. If you're also short on time, I'm happy to honor that one card as well before we continue. What do you mean by when, anonymous, dear? I want mine to be insight on the conversation with Sean today. And I've got you, Elisa. Insight on conversation of Sean. I feel like there's something about feeling like relieved to have something that you addressed. Like I keep on hearing someone say, I had no idea, you know, like you've given me a lot to think about, because I keep on seeing like something about that. Like I keep on hearing refreshing honesty, bottom of the deck. Yeah. Like I feel like there is something here about like working through um like it's interesting because I feel like something about it did trigger them. but I see them like working through something in terms of like not taking it personally, but trying to think about something that they could do in a better way. Like I almost see something here about um trying to identify like what they could do to make something feel like better for you, because I just keep on seeing, like I keep on hearing them say, I had no idea you felt like that. Like, and they're saying like thank you. Like I keep on hearing them say like you've given me you've given me a lot to think about. Like I keep on seeing like it seems like they're working on absorbing something, um and trying to address how they could do something better going forward. And Elisa, I've got you, dear. Message from the ancestors and guides. I've been meditating and leveling up. That's fantastic. Can I get 4 cards, please? 4 cards, please. Wow, I just feel like you've been doing a lot of work in the karmic space related to healing something. There's something here, like, and I need to point out, and this is what we talk about in relationality to healing something karmically. It's like healing something karmically to a certain extent is recognizing the energetic complication of a lesson, right? And I keep on identifying that Strega, cut it out, and that perfect case in point. Um, I want to say that something about I feel like there's something about these meditations that is bringing up, helping you untangle some kind of like karmic connection, like working through something in a way that you hadn't considered or thought about it. Because something that I'm identifying here, um, and I do feel like it's helping you release some kind of frustration. Um, I keep on seeing like the difference, like working through the difference between um, a relationship that feels based upon um, like making you doubt yourself, making you question yourself, that is a lot like versus an energetic connection that celebrates who you are and celebrates and like helps you flourish. And that's the thing that I'm seeing here that feels like it's so painful, because I almost see that something about those I feel like I see the fact that your ancestors are really proud of you to a certain extent, because I see you just not being in a space anymore where you're apologizing for who you are, you know? Like there's something about this here that has to do with setting an energetic standard, particularly by way of recognizing, and I keep on hearing like it's interesting too, because we're talking about um, healing from the desire to be perfect. Like that's what's actually coming through in a lot of this reading, which is, not navigating the need to be perfect from a place of fear, not constantly being in a space of anxiety in relationality to how others are perceiving you, but almost the celebration point in being able to inhabit your authenticity that gives others permission to do so. I think it's very important that Strega's like all over this reading. Like she's as soon as I started reading for you, Strega just kind of showed up because no, 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 no. You know, like that, like that's like, I keep on hearing it's like I feel like they almost see you in a space of letting your hair down or just being in a space of, you know, appreciating yourself. And I keep on seeing that something in that space, the ability to like celebrate who you are and building into a connection of someone who cares about you just the way you are, it's, it's helping to heal something in a massive way as it relates to energy that was constantly building into the context of feeling that they had to hold back um, in relationality, like it's almost like giving me like, it's giving me some ancestors in like that are almost like in a state of sadness because it almost feels like that person never truly got to know me. That person never truly got to see me, right? Because it takes a lot of bravery because when we are able to embody our authenticity, we allow the context for the energy that's in alignment to us to find us, right? It doesn't feel so much like that anxiety of trying to cultivate for another's form of perfection that often creates that space where you've got two people that are so worried about what the other person's thinking that they're doing things for the other that aren't authentically them, right? Like I keep on hearing it's you're healing you're healing something in a big way as it relates to like decorum because you're finding that space of being able to be more yourself. Like I keep on hearing like you're healing the Venus in your family because they're saying to me that you're showing something about your journey that says you don't need to be something try to be something other than you are in order to be loved. That by but by coming into the space of truly being like when we exist in the space that we're unapologetic on who we are, love can find us in that embrace and hold us, right? It's not it's not that space of someone saying stop doing that. It's that energy that says do more of that. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, especially with the death card in its reversal, you know I would not be surprised right now if like you know you energetically ruffle feathers or if you trigger energy, right? Because often I like to point this out, you know the song that we the song that we often have to navigate with those who don't feel the ability to be their authentic self is stop doing that, right? And another person saying like why and be like what will others say and being like well what will they say? You know what I mean? Like I see you being like it's like when we stop worrying about what others will say, we all we get to be in the space that we can celebrate who we are, right? That is the thing that becomes so expansive and beautiful, right? It's like it's working through that perfection wound that says stop being you, but instead says why. Like I almost feel like you question that in a way and saying like why, like where does that come from, right? Like that ability of not apologizing for the self is almost like they're saying to me it's shining a mirror on others as it relates to potentially the over concentration of fear, right? Like what others like often. I need to point out this is what we talk about when we say fear holds us back, because often the fear of like the nebulous other? I keep on hearing like, what will others say? Like, who's other? Like that person sounds like a dork. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's giving me like it's a lot of like that's the thing about it that I think is interesting. It's like that the nebula like I feel like you're doing some kind of work in meditation in recognizing that like the nebulous like other of someone worried what another person is, but never being able to describe who that person is or what does that mean. Like you know what I mean? Like it feels like a lot of that is you just like healing an abandonment wound in the process, but just by embodying the authenticity that says like, you know, when the ego says, what will they say? The higher self says, let them talk. You know what I mean? Like yeah, that's what I feel like the meditation is. When the ego says, what will they say? And the higher self says, let them talk. Thank you so much. Like give them something to talk about. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Elisa. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more. Really? Really? Yeah? 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more. Yes, what's up? How you doing? 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Pinks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. The next person on the list for today, I'm still looking for Susie. And if Susie is not here, the next person on the list for today is Moni. So I'm either looking for Susie or Moni. We're also at 43.7K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. Strega often shows up when there's like guides coming through. She likes to like pop onto the table when there's guides bringing messages through. All right, I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. I will have to look up the moon signs. You should, Kay. Yes, you nailed her cheeky smile. I could even see it coming through on your face. Oh, good. I was like, where's this? Like, and there's somebody who's like, they're Saturn placements, man. They are ironic. You know what I mean? Like, they're like, this is like the undercover joke to a certain extent. And like, they'll just give you a look and be like, you seeing this? Hi there, Ben. How are you doing? Thank you for the rose. Good to see you today. Yes, there's 1 spot left today if someone wants to claim that spot, and then we'll move to subscriber readings. Jane, thank you for the follow. You're so welcome, Ruby. Thank you as well, Elisa. Okay, I went to look up my grandma's chart and I realized I have no idea when she was born. I don't know if she does either. Like, good luck finding out is what I keep on seeing. Thank you as well. Yep. And Kelsey, thank you for sharing the live. I forgot to ask, who did you predict would have the fire sign and would have air? I'm seeing on the part of the mother, I'm seeing some fire sign activity there. Like that's the thing about it. I see a lot of cool energy around the grandmother. So I would not be surprised if you're going to find some like some Cancer placements, maybe even some Pisces placements. I was seeing along the space of the mother, like more like this is like maybe like this is like I keep on getting like arid plain kind of energy. So it's feeling a lot like I would not be surprised if there's like more like Scorpio or Sag placements there, if that helps. You're so welcome, Elisa. Elisa, the animals have been so active around me since my meditation experience. So let that serve. Well, clearly it's happening still, even in the reading, because as soon as I stopped reading for you, Strega had something else to do. Strega wants to do the next reading. Yeah, she likes to put an appearance sometimes. Hi there. How are you doing, Moni? I know she helps when she can. Yeah, she loves her cheeky looks. Excellent. All right, Moni, can you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question? And just a reminder, we've got one more spot for today. We're also at 45K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. And Moni, can you put your question in? I'll be back in just a moment. I just need to step away. And when I come back, we'll do the reading. But if anyone else wants to get on the list for today, we've got one spot left and then the list will be full. I'll be right back. All right, where were we? Bum, 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 bum. All right. Doing a general right now for Moni. General, highest priority messages from Spirit, please. 4 cards. And just a reminder, if anybody wants to claim that final spot on the list, you will be, there's one spot left. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Thanks to my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. We do dream interpretation readings here, past life, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic guidance readings. The only things we don't read for here are pregnancy and medical. And if you are getting on the list for a dream interpretation or past life and you have information that's relevant for me in the reading, you can put it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can put it in our, if you're a subscriber, you can put it in our subscriber only Discord channel in the sections that are dedicated to it. Can I please get 3 more cards for Moni? Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. And thank you for being a subscriber, Moni. You'll get 4 cards. All right. Confusion can be its own closure point. I know I know everyone gets so upset at me when I say this. The confusion can be the closure. If there's some kind of circumstance or situation that doesn't make sense, and you're asking for, like, I need to point this out. We are not responsible for any feeling that we create within each other, right? You could hate me, I could hate you. It doesn't matter, right? Because I can't control how you feel about me, right? And you can't control, and you can't control how we, like our feelings are our business, and we do that work to process through how we feel about things, to understand why we feel the way we do. There's only one feeling that we create within one another that is our responsibility, right? And the one feeling that we create within one another that is our responsibility is confusion. Because if there's something that we feel that is confusing, we can bring that forth and we can articulate that to another, and they can always give us the balm of clarity. So if you're going through a situation right now that feels like it's energetically confusing, and if you're asking someone for clarity and all you're getting is more confusion, let the confusion be the energetic closure point, right? Because energy that is moving in like energy that is moving in confusing ways, sometimes the confusion is the point, right? When we're moving in pathwork of intention, we're able to articulate the reasons why. We're able to articulate the reasons why we feel certain ways. We're able to articulate the reasons why we're doing something, right? But when we start hitting those moments that are building more into the context of like what I like to define as um, like a captivation circumstance, right? Where someone wants our attention but isn't bringing clarity of intention to it, then often we can start, like, one of the ways you can start identifying that is that someone comes towards you in a way that doesn't make any sense, right? And if those moments are happening, if someone's coming towards you in a way that doesn't make any sense, and then you try to ask them for clarity, and instead of giving you clarification, they just start moving in ways that is even more confusing. I want you to identify in that moment that that is not energy that's moving towards you from pathwork of intention, but rather that's energy that's seeking attention, right? And so energy that's seeking attention will often move in confusing ways because if they're only seeking attention, right? Then the one way to be able to generate attention is by being more confusing because then you're like what in art what on earth are you doing? Right? Like it's a lot of that it's like a lot of that space where it's like again you can tell when the energy's in it like it's like and here's the thing about it and this is why like your guides are saying if something doesn't make sense, if you're moving towards something that doesn't make sense and you're trying to get to the bottom of it, if someone's not making any sense, there is no amount of ding that you can possibly do that will you will be able to find logic if someone is acting illogically, right? You cannot dig into the confusion pile and saying, I'm sure if I get to the bottom of this confusion pile, there'll be something here that makes sense. Because that's the whole point. Like if something is not logical, if someone's operating in a space that logic has fled the scene, if they're in that space that they're just kind of working in that place of like desiring your attention but not with intentionality, you're not going to be able to get into a space where anything you're finding is going to make sense because sense is not the point, attention's the point. So I'm getting this because they're saying don't waste your time on energetic connections that are confusing. Don't waste your time on trying to get clarity in something. And that doesn't mean like as long as you're bringing clarity, as long as you're bringing clarity of intention to someone, as long as you're stating what that clarity of intention is, that is the ability of identifying that an energy that wants the same things as you is going to be able to articulate it. They're not going to be nebulous about it. They're not going to be amorphous. They're not going to be like, I want to just see where something goes or something like that. Because I keep on seeing that, you know, working in the context of building into and recognizing and identifying, I keep on seeing telling others, like giving someone the refreshing gift of telling another what it is that you desire to create for them. You like that is the opportunity that you say, like, this is what my energetic standard is, right? But when you're more like when you're more like and that's why again I keep on seeing you like not sticking around a situation that is confusing, hoping that clarity will magically appear. If there's a confusing situation, and everything that you're doing to try to understand the reason why, I promise you, clarity is not going to come down from the heavens and suddenly make everything make sense, right? Like sometimes, like energy just wants our attention, but doesn't want to build with us. Like, like this is how it's not about trying to make something change. It's about discernment. It's looking towards what feels like it's worthy of your time and attention. Because I keep on hearing your guides say, remember, There is nothing, there is absolutely nothing more precious on this earth than the time that we have, the time that we give, the time that we build forth on. And so when we are clear with our intentions, we make sure that what it is that we desire is moving in the direction of what we aspire to do so. And if someone starts to build into that context, and I need to point this out, a healthy relationship is never going to crumble under the weight of a difficult question. An unhealthy relationship will always fall apart at that moment, because again, the ability to understand that the clarity of intention that we give each other is met by the gift of saying, I'm going to state what my intentions are to you, to make sure that we're not wasting one another's time. The energy that wants the same things as you will breathe a sigh of relief. They'll say, thank you. I really appreciate that. I honor your time as well. And the song you will hear as you move into alignment from energy that just wants your attention without intention is, you're asking for too much. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah. Rejection is an illusion. Rejection is protection, right? Those moments or those modalities, when one person saying, you're asking too much, the song you will hear when someone does not want the same things as you, that does not want the same manifestations, is you want too much, right? The song, again, and I keep on seeing too, remembering our emotions are never an energetic burden so long as we're doing the work to identify what the prescription is, right? Because that modality and that experience is not just about talking about how we feel all the time. We don't honor our emotions by talking about the volatility of the emotions. We identify the fact that the emotions are asking for things, and our own ability to bring our prescription as it relates to how we're feeling, the ability to ascertain and recognize what the emotions are asking for. This is how we build the stability in partnership. And I keep on seeing, like, the thing you have to remember is those two gifts, right? The gifts of stability and partnership, coming to partnership with our own prescription, and the ability of giving clarity of intention. It's going to drive away anyone who's just trying to build towards wanting your attention, right? It's going to be the energy that makes you feel like that is too much to ask. It's going to create those spaces of someone saying, like, I'm trying to make you feel like chaotic or crazy for asking those things. If someone's making you feel crazy and chaotic for asking for something logical, that is not a situation that you should feel like you need to explain yourself. That is a situation that you should turn away, walk away, and keep on walking. Because what that energy is saying is, this is what you can expect when you're reasonable. This is what you can expect when you're logical, because you're entering a space where nothing makes sense. You can't bring sense into a nonsensical situation. An energy that doesn't want the same things as you is going to make you feel like you're crazy for asking for them. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Moni. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 22 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more. My subscribers, being Samailio, please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. Next person on the list for today, I'm still looking for Susie. If Susie isn't here right now, I'm also looking for Lori. And just a reminder, if anyone would like to get on the list, we've got 1 more spot available for today. You can secure that spot, and then the list will be closed. I'm also going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And thank you so much for subscribing, Sarah. And we've got to 50K. Thank you guys so much. You're so welcome, sincerely. Thank you for having that reading with me. And here's the other thing I keep on seeing. Remember, Energy that appreciates you is going to honor your standards. Energy that appreciates you is going to honor your standards. Energy that does not appreciate you is going to tell you you're crazy for having them. Sending you so much support on that journey, and thank you for being a subscriber, dear. And Nay, you're so welcome as well. Hi there, Lori. How are you doing today? Syra, thank you for confirming. Thank you for correcting me. I'll get it. I promise. I promise. Rick, if you put a minimum amount of donation, it is no longer a donation. Rick, you know, the reason that we say that is because that is the minimum by which you can have a reading. But there are conditions where others prefer to give me more than what I ask. So I hope that helps clarify. Thank you so much for your input. All right, next person we're reading for today. Oh, it's beautiful. It's an absolutely beautiful name. I adore it. All right. Lori, can you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And actually, wait, Lori, wait, don't put your question in yet. Okay, we're doing spirit led. Yep. Did you read back the comments? Hold on a minute, Kay. I am going to take a minute to read back the comments right now. Thank you for reminding me, Kay. I appreciate you. All right. The animals, yep, thank you as well. Yes, thank you. I wrote that down and we'll definitely cross-check once I have their charts. Please do, Kay. All right. Gran does have cool energy. Mom isn't very fiery, but completely rebelled. That's like that like I keep on seeing like the rebellious nature there. I told you, like there's a lot of daring. Like there's a lot of, I keep on hearing, like I see someone who's like a lot of daring do is what I was seeing. Out of character for her. No, that's a grounding energy because it reminds, you know, like daring energy needs someone to help them reach that terra firma. I thought that's where the rebellious side is coming through. Absolutely. I think no, it hasn't. So okay, what happens is, so for those who follow me on the place where we keep the photos, there's a limit on how long the live can be. So it reaches a conclusion place and it closes down. I hope that, thank you for pointing it out. Thank you. And thank you again, Syra, for purchasing that subscription. You're so welcome. All right. Yep, I read back the comments. Did I miss a comment, Kay? That makes sense. Oh, we're not doing one card pulls yet, Nikki, but we're getting there. There's one more spot available for today if anyone wants to claim that spot. We're going to do a spirit led for Lori. So I'm going to do Lori's reading and then we're going to do the giveaway for the 50K. But if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. Things that we read for here today are we do angelic guidance readings, highest priority messages from spirit. We do past life readings. We also do mediumship and dream interpretation readings. Nikki, let's correct that. The list is now closed. Thank you for getting on the list. Once we get to the conclusion of the reads for today, we will be moving to 1 card readings for subscribers. So if you're a subscriber, stick around. We'll be getting to those 1 card readings shortly. Also, if you would like to get on the list for tomorrow, you can send the donation today and I'll be adding you to the list for tomorrow if you'd like to secure those first spots. I got you, Nikki. All right. And so we're going to do Lori's reading and then we're going to do the 50K giveaway. You're so welcome. And guys, please, and thank you, Kay. Guys, please thank Kay Megan for all their help moderating today. All right. Spirit led. Spirit led for Lori, please. 3 cards for Lori. Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. What does Lori need to know right now? Got 4 cards coming out. We're going to read all of them because that's what we do. They haven't changed. You've changed. They haven't changed. You've changed, is what I keep on seeing. They haven't changed. You've changed. I feel like there's just, here's the thing, like sometimes, like sometimes, and it does feel kind of bittersweet here, you know? Um, I need to point out there's something really important that I'm seeing around a circumstance or situation, which is, you know, energy that can't let go of the past perpetually misses the gift of the present. You know, I keep on getting a really strong message around this, and it feels like, you know, energy that's perpetually lost in the past constantly misses the gift of the present. And you know why? Like being lost in the past is it's its own form of escapism, right? Because it's really, really easy to sentimentalize the past. The past is where everything, like, why? Because we start to heal from pain, right? It's easy to forget the pain. So when we don't, like, holding on to the past, I keep on hearing, is its own um coping mechanism. Because when someone holds on to the past too much, oh yeah, like the past, you know what the past is? It's where everything is beautiful and nothing hurt, right? And that's why we sometimes build into the context of someone who, um, and I feel like you're getting some kind of, I feel like there's something about a situation that's giving you some point of clarity in relationality to the difference between someone who has a tendency of sentimentalizing their past as opposed to doing something actively in their present, right? Because the difficulty with energy that tries to escape pain by moving into their past is often like that place where it feels like the grass is always greener, right? They always miss the last relationship. Like the last relationship was the perfect relationship, but I guarantee you it wasn't when they were there. It wasn't when they were there, because when they were in that one, the last relationship was the perfect one, right? Because energy that runs from pain will often start to sentimentalize the past, like in that space of constantly regretting or constantly comparing. When you see that in another person, you got to walk away from it. Like I know it's hard because we should never compare past person to present person. We should never, we should, because again, and this is why, right? Because someone who romanticizes their past will always, like energy that always romanticizes their past, fails to forget that the reason that they don't have anything in the present is because they romanticize the past. I'm going to say that again. Often, energy whose hands are empty in the present, the reason their hands are empty in the present is because they're romanticizing the past. It's all that, it's all that woulda, coulda, shoulda energy. It's all that, it's very easy, right? Because why? The past is beautiful and nothing hurts, right? So as soon as they lose someone, that person becomes perfect, right? As soon as they lose something, nothing will ever hold a candle to them. It's not that it was perfect when they had it, but they like to daydream back and look wistfully on something and imagine how much better it could be, failing to recognize why they lost in the first place. That same tendency. And that's why I keep on seeing, don't take it personally. Don't take it personally. If someone's constantly comparing you to something in the past, or they're constantly looking back and they're constantly saying, yeah, they were the cat's pajamas. That person wasn't, because that is the ability to romanticize the past fails to take into account what something actually was. And often, the way we can often see this is the energy that'll come back towards us, trying to sentimentalize something that they had with us that we've been actively healing from. You know what I mean? Like, it's often like those moments, like someone being like, we had everything, and being like, that was awful. Like, that was not, because, like, that's the thing. Energy that sentimentalizes the past, overly romanticizes the past, is an absolute nightmare in the present. Like, it's because what the energy that over romanticizes the past, what are they constantly saying to the person that they're currently with? I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. And then they lose that person. And then they meet the new person. And what do they say to, and then suddenly the person they lost, now they start romanticizing the past, right? Craning their neck. And what are they saying to the present person? I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. So I feel like there's something about that right now that's very relevant to your own journey. And I want you to kind of remember the difference between wish and a manifestation goal is not talking about how you wish something was. It's doing the work to actively make it, right? And don't let someone try to tell you, like, if someone comes into a space that they start comparing you to that past person, that's that's what they do. They're trapped in the past. It's not something that you can repair for. It's something that you need to observe. Um, and this has been coming through in a lot of the recent readings right now. Always remember that someone who says, look what they made me do, will one day say to you, look what you made me do. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah. We don't appreciate the present. It turns to dust in our hands, right? We don't compare the present to the past. We build in the context of understanding that the present is a gift, right? It is the gift through which everything is possible. You should not feel like you're another person's consolation prize. You are the energetic prize. And if someone is making you feel like you are the consolation prize, recognize they were probably making the last person feel like that as well. Because when someone is trapped in the past, when they're constantly comparing the past to the present, that becomes their fortress. They're safe there, right? It's easy to daydream upon upon a reality that never occurred, failing to recognize what occurred, like what actually occurred that brought them to be where they are. So don't don't let someone romanticize the pain that they caused you. And if someone's coming towards you, like what someone should do from coming back from the past should not be the energy that says, I miss us. It should be the energy that says, I am so sorry. I understand it now. Because I keep on seeing that there's something about that past returning that, may be painful. But again, remember the difference between I miss you, which is I long for what we had, versus energy that says that was unconscionable. That was not okay, right? Because energy that is wistful and desires to go back will say, I miss you. Energy that is changed will come back and say, that was not okay. I can do better. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. Just a reminder, the list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you can do so. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Thanks to my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we are reading for today. I'm still looking for Susie. Oh, wait, no. Wait, no more reading. Wait, we're going to do our 50K drawing before we get into readings right now, okay? All right, I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments before we do that drawing. And thank you for sending support to the mods. I got you, Nikki. Looking forward to it. Just in time. I just Googled it, and a lot of charities have minimum donation guidelines. It's not out of practice. Thank you, Kay. I appreciate you. Thank you. Yep. I think the 50K. Yeah, we're going to do the 50K now, and then we're going to continue with the readings. So for those who are on the list, just to give you clarification, the list I have right now is I'm reading Syra, Nikki, and then we'll be doing the 50K winner, and then we're going to get to 1 card reading. So if you're a subscriber and you're waiting for your 1 card reading, you'll be the 4th person read for, if that helps. All right. That said, why don't we get to that 50K? No, I appreciate you being a nerd. We love nerds here. This is a nerd zone. All right. You remember it differently. Exactly. Tap to claim sincerely. Yes, this message. I realized I have a tendency to compare in a way I see as a compliment. A compliment is a positive thing, right? I got to point this out. Like an energetic compliment point being like, thank you. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's a good thing. Like, that's okay. A compliment is not a comparison, right? Like, oh, you're so much. Yeah, that's okay. Like, that's okay, right? Being like, thank you, not, they, like, what? They who? Same cycle. Ugh, thank you, Per. The problem comes along with the romanticizing. Exactly. Just my musings. No, that's the thing. It's energy that's trapped in the past. Energy that's constantly trapped in the past, never appreciating the present. All right. We are going to continue. So we're doing the 1 card readings now. This is a nerd safe space. I like that. I want a shirt that says that. I want that as a shirt. This is a nerd safe space. All right, we're going to do the 50K giveaway. All right, so I am going to think of a number right now between 1 and 53. First person I see the post number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in order different than you guys post them. Nope. No, 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 nope, no, 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 I picked a good one. No, 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 no. Ah, Rupa, congratulations. You got our 50K. We will do that again if we get to 100K. Thank you guys so much for participating. The list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list to be read for first thing tomorrow at tomorrow's reading, you can get on the list for tomorrow. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Congrats, Rupa. Lupa. I like that. Next person we're reading for today is Syra. Syra, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anyone else would like to get on the list for today, the list is closed, but you can get on the list for tomorrow. And we are going to get started on subscriber readings in 3 readings. So if you're sticking around for your subscriber card, just hang tight. We'll be getting there shortly. I love that username too. I got you, Syra. I know. Rupa Lupa. I like saying it. All right. Can you let me know, dear? And thank you for being a subscriber if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And guys, keep on tapping that screen. If we get to 100K, I'll be doing another giveaway and gifting a reading back to the collective after we do the 1 card. So that way it won't delay the 1 card readings. I haven't seen your question come through, Syra. So if you've already posted it, you may need to rephrase it or put periods between the words because oh, I see it now. I'm feeling negative energy from both my sister-in-laws. Could I have an insight into this? I got you, dear. Can I please get 4 cards, please? Highest party messages from Spirit about what they're picking up on. I mean, there's a couple things that are coming through right now. The first one I want to calibrate for is the fact that we're still coming out of the Venus in retrograde cycle, Mercury retrograde cycle. We're still in the shadow period of that. And the thing about that cycle is, as I'm like knocking stuff over, perfect example, thank you. It's very easy to overread into things, right? Like that was the big issue that we were experiencing during that cycle, right? Because the Venus in retrograde has a lot of over concentration on the self. And then with the Mercury retrograde, like feeling like things were directed towards the self. I think that I don't necessarily see something that is energetically negative directed towards you. But I do see that it feels like how do I describe this? Like I feel like there's energy that needs to be navigated here as it relates to, I would be curious if this person has Virgo placements because I'm just seeing some kind of energy that has a lot more anxiety in relationality to keeping, and thank you for confirming the Virgo placements, in relationality to keeping up appearances. Like I almost see a space of someone who has a hard time navigating their own sense of perfection. And that's the thing about it. Like, and those with Virgo placements, like this is like the struggle is real here because, we like all sign work has a challenge, right? Every sign work, there are things that are hard for us. And for those with Virgo placements, kind of coming out of the ability to heal the need for perfection by allowing for a point of compassion, it's like it sometimes can be like what's hard for the, and especially for those with like Virgo moons, it's like it's almost like you drive a hard bargain for yourself. And then in the moment that you drive a hard bargain for yourself, it's like you're putting yourself through like the paces of like very unreasonable demands. And then, like, it's like if you're in that space, then you look at others and you're like, you're not keeping up. Like, like you're not keeping up. You're not work, like, you're not, you know what I mean? Like, it's that perfectionism that becomes its own lodestone, if you will, if you know what I mean. Like, and that's the thing about it. We have to heal. We have to heal from that space, because like often if we don't heal from that place of perfection, it's often like that sense of perfection starts to feel like from those around us, almost like that sense of like one-upsmanship. You know what I mean? And this and those with like, and listen, I got to tell you, I've met some healed Virgos that get this, right? That like working out, like not feeling like that moment that you're able to bring compassion towards something. Um, it doesn't create that space that it feels like everyone is letting you down because you're being easier on yourself. So I see a situation here where someone holds potentially an impossibly high standard, right? And what's difficult about when we hold an impossibly high standard is it often can create a space where it feels like, everyone else is like failing to like meet that same level of the impossibly high standard. So, I feel like I keep on seeing, I want you to navigate that with a sense of compassion. Like, I want you to navigate that. And I keep on hearing like the words that help to heal that is that, like, love is not a competition. Like, love is a place. I keep on hearing love is not a place that you have to straighten your tie. Like, love is a place that you can take your shoes off, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like this might be the difference. Like, this might be the difference point. And sometimes, look, sometimes the oil and water don't mix in this, right? Because like that moment of comfortability, I feel like there's something about, like, there might be a point of perception between you and them that may also always feel like a little bit of a resistant vibration, because I feel like this is a conversation between you. I see someone that says like love is like straightening the tie, and I see someone else being like, no, love is where you can take your shoes off. Like, love is where you can be comfortable to be yourself. So I think that, I keep on seeing like, and this is a continuation of what we saw in today's Daily Collective. In those moments, don't take it personally. Like, extend the olive branch, but don't cut down the tree, which says like, like almost like if you feel those points of resistance, don't accommodate passive aggressive things. Like, remember, if there's something that we would like to talk about, I keep on hearing the balm for something like this is, if there's something that's upsetting you, you'll tell me, right? Like, the recognition of saying to another, if there's something that's on your mind, know that you can speak it to me freely. And in that moment, I almost feel like you effectively like kind of liberate the conversation to be one that says, I accommodate the fact that you can understand that there's something bothering you, while also recognizing that I'm not going to try to dig around for it, right? Because again, I feel like the way that we love each other, I keep on seeing the healed throat chakra of love is the healthy conversation that allows us to communicate the things that are bothering us. And if there's something that's bothering us that we can't find the words to say, then that's usually indicative of the fact that it's coming from a place that we recognize that it shouldn't bother us, and it's something that we need to work on, and as it relates to the ego. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, especially with the five of cups in its reversal. I see someone here that is working on healing a perfection wound. And often trying to heal a perfection wound is like, you know, scrambling to meet an energetically high standard that nobody is requiring. It's like having to meet an impossibly high standard that absolutely nobody is requiring, right? It's almost like I keep on seeing like that space of feeling the weight of other people's judgment that isn't there, right? It's like so I feel like that ability of identifying, like holding some compassion for the fact that they've got a wound of perfection that they're still wrestling with. But I feel like often when somebody is working so hard in that way to feel like they need to be perfect in order to be loved, the gift that we say is you don't need to go to the trouble. It's okay. Like it doesn't have to be a big deal. So I feel like there's something about that they're saying, like, don't, like, that's why I keep on hearing, like, extend the olive branch, but don't feel like you have to cut down the tree. Try to move something in a direction where you're always being positive, right? But you're also not you're not like going out of the way to try to meet some kind of like ineffable, unrecognized standard, um that another person is like putting upon something if it doesn't feel like it's energetically logical to you. you know Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Syra. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed, but you can get on the list for a reading for tomorrow. If you'd like to be the first person on the list for tomorrow, you'll have an additional card in your reading. 3 cards for a donation of 22 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Next person we're reading for today is Nikki. Nikki, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anyone would like to get on the list for today, you will be the 3rd person read for. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. She does, Virgo moon. Thank you. Like that Virgo moon, man, it can be very demanding. I don't know why. I mean, because I need to point, like, it's a lot of that no slouching energy, you know? Like it's working on, like, often those with Virgo moon, like they're holding themselves to an impossibly high standard, and then it feels like without recognizing that, it makes everyone feel like they're falling short in the like around it. I feel like they're upset for a reason I can't think. Well, and here's the thing, like I told you, if something's wrong, you tell me, right? Because often if someone is working in that space, you know, like it's like I see someone like they like it's and this is why, like, when we start healing from setting like holding ourselves to impossibly high standards, it almost feels like a release for those around us. Like it feels like that space of like allowing that comfortability, you know. I have a Virgo and Mercury and Venus struggle bus. No, it's hard, right? It can be very, it's like a lot of that stand up straight energy, but it's appreciating like those who work through Virgo. I always love it because the energy of Virgo often starts by saying, I have to be perfect. And the Virgo that's healed says, you're perfect just the way you are, right? Like it's like, and I know if you're a Virgo and you cringe about that, like, yeah, like that's why it's difficult. All right. Thank you. That's such a beautiful saying. Thank you for receiving it, dear. I This is where Virgo and Pisces can be pals for each other if both are vulnerable enough to do so. Couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more, Heather. No, no, I know. Like Pisces can help Virgo and say like, you know, like that's a choice. Pisces goes to Virgo going, that's a choice. That's such a beautiful. You're welcome. Yep, Pisces can help Virgo ease up with the comparison, while Virgo can help ground Pisces in the garden. I totally love that depiction of it, Rainbow. I feel like there's a hidden narrative. But and that's the thing about I need to point out, like, if there's something there that's energetically passive aggressive, saying to someone, if there's something bothering you, you tell me, right? Like you're giving them the modality of being able to articulate upon something, you know, but not over giving to try to suss out what it is that it's a mouse. I think it's holding a teddy bear. Yeah, I thought it was from Ratatouille, but that was just my impression. Oh, it's a bear from the mouse from Bear in the Big Blue House. Okay, I didn't know that. Yes, exactly. Yeah, be the energetic force of change, you know? Good afternoon, Heather. I got you, Nikki. Tomorrow's list is available. Thank you. You're so welcome, Syra. Sending you so much support on that journey. And thank you for having that reading with me. And thank you. I just got back after my intuitive tarot class. Really been enjoying it. Oh, that's wonderful, dear. It's not my problem. So grow to a positive space. Well, I need to point this out. Like when we're like that's the thing about like the passive aggressive energy. Like when we're like I feel like I deeply feel like, things that we try to work on when we're coming out, like when we're moving on our healing journey, is moving away from hyperbole and moving away from passive aggressiveness. Because passive aggressiveness is often holding frustration on something that you can't articulate, which is often indicative of the fact that it's ego driven. And working in the context of navigating through hyperbole is remembering that when another person, like sometimes when we're hyperbolic, another person takes this as actual, you know? Also had an astrology and tarot class that started, say, at the same time. Oh, that's wonderful, Rainbow. You're just getting to it, man. You're just working on it. Always positive spies to inspire others and create the endless possibilities. I love that as toward. He does look like Ratatouille. There's definitely a family resemblance there. Don't focus on the negative and show your positive. Tap to claim. Nikki, I have a meeting for a new potential job. Ooh, exciting. Checking on the energy. I got you, dear. Can I please get 4 cards for Nikki? Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. It's very intense, is what I'm seeing. It feels a little, slapdash, you know? I feel like the one thing that I feel about it is almost like it's almost giving me some kind of energy of like I see a situation where it feels like someone needs people, you know? Like I feel like the only thing that feels a little bit startling about something is like it's a little bit of this like how soon can you start kind of thing is what I'm seeing. Like I see some kind of situation or circumstance wherein someone is navigating an overwhelm. And I actually think the thing that's interesting about it is, um, I keep on saying, make sure that you're entering the interview with, um, like, with questions, is what I see, because it does, like, it feels very, it just, it feels like it almost feels like they try to throw a lot at you at once, you know? And I want to describe this. Um, I don't know if there's something about this job that is related, um, to communication, but it almost seems like there's something about the interview that is based upon or built upon trying to see how quickly, like how quickly you can, like how quickly you can like I keep on hearing move on your feet, but like the reason I keep on hearing move on your feet is almost like throwing a lot of questions to you at once, like how you navigate, um like how you navigate being frustrated, or conversations about how you de-escalate something, you know? It's interesting because I keep on hearing that there's something about that the ability to like de-escalate or move something into a point of productivity, feels very important, right? Because I keep on hearing like there's something about that I keep on hearing that one of the things that they see that is important about this job is not allowing yourself to be triggered in the space that another person is triggered, and potentially having conversations in relationality to, um, how how quickly, and there's also something about timing, like it's giving me some kind of conversation about how soon you can start, you know, because there's like a rapidness here. That's why I keep on seeing like make sure that you're entering it with a plan of action, like make sure that you're like, and that's why I keep on seeing, and again, like also holding on to, um, you know, like, some kind of point of adaptability in terms of like what you can offer immediately as opposed to what you can offer in the long term. Like I almost see you saying to someone like, "Look, I can't move forward exactly with that now, but this is what I can do here. Like this is how quickly I can move now, and this is the adaptability point and when I can offer even more." Like it almost feels like something, um wherein like there are tiers as it relates to like being onboarded versus like when you can fully move into something. I want to give you some bottom of the deck. Yeah, I feel like there's some kind of anxiety point here. Like I keep on hearing, especially if there's something about locationality here, um, like being able to reaffirm that it's not going to be a problem, like being able to say to another, like there's something about the ability of saying, like having a plan as it relates to location or how quickly you can start. They're saying that something about coming into a situation with forethought and saying like, look, this is not like an I don't know. This is like this is what that will look like. Like they're saying, like the more that you're able to come into directionalness here, I keep on hearing like your direction will be refreshing because it feels like there's something a bit slapdash. Like, like I don't know if there's something about helping another person through like project management or something, but they're saying like even you being able to kind of sort through another person's chaos and immediately bring a plan of action into it is going to make an impression on another person. Thank you so much for having that. And that's why I keep on seeing if they're not if they're not giving you enough information, make sure that you come in with a lot of questions, right? Have a lot of questions is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much, Nikki, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed. The next person on the list for today is Rupa. Rupa, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. All right. And just reading over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And Ali, thank you for the follow. One of my cats is cuddled up my arms right now. Both are such cuddlers. I love that, Rainbow. I mean, that doesn't. It's just like it feels to me like there's somebody navigating an overwhelm, and that's why I keep on hearing like be prepared for a conversation that tests how fast you are on your feet. Thank you as well. Optimism and hope can be great tools. All emotions are valid and worth acknowledging. Beautifully stated, Rainbow. I saw a lot of that move. I keep on hearing that there's some kind of deep conversation in relationality to how soon you can start. Hold on a minute. And that's why I see have the plan when you come in. It definitely would be throwing myself into a new arena, probably with a lot of absolutely. Also, my job does not know, of course. Yep, true, because I'm technically contracted. Got it. Yeah, and that's what I mean about trying to take a tiered approach to something, especially if they want you to start immediately. And thank you, Kelly, for the follow. Oh, wow, that is a trip. Yep. Focus on what you can offer is what I keep on hearing. You're so welcome, Nikki. Sending you so much support on that. Absolutely. General for Rupa, please. 3 cards. Highest priority messages from Spirit, please, for Rupa. Don't get frustrated right now. And here's the thing. I'm going to be your cosmic mom right now for a minute. Don't match energy. Don't match energy. Even if you don't deserve it. Because I got to tell you right now, all you do when you match energy with someone that's coming towards you in a space that is like completely incorrect is you show them and say, look, this is what you can make me, you can make me do anything by just like giving, like don't reward bad behavior by sinking to an energetic level. Don't reward, like I don't care who started. I don't care. Like that's what I mean. And I mean this, like I care, like I'm being your cosmic mom because what does your cosmic mom say? I don't care who started it. I expect energetic better of you. Right? Don't be in the space right now of teaching another person a lesson. Be the energetic lesson. You don't need to tell someone how to treat you. If someone's not treating you right, don't match them. Be like, I can do that too. What? Well, congratulations. Now you guys are falling down the stairs together. No, 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 no. This is not, if someone is not meeting your energetic standard, you put your head up and you walk away. Because I'm going to tell you right now, when energy is lowering the standard, trying to lower the energetic standard around you, and you say, oh, I'm going to teach them, I'm going to go lower than them. Like maybe you're doing exactly what they're hoping. Right? Oh, good. Now they have no standards. Sweet. Like, you know what I mean? Like, sweet. Look what I did. Look what I did. Like, no, don't. This is not, And especially if someone is being rude for you to you in a way that makes absolutely no sense. Don't let someone provoke you out of your own self. You know, you like they're saying, don't be reactive, be dignified, right? Instead of saying all like if someone coming towards you in a way that's unacceptable, you don't have to match them. You say, why would you choose to say that? Ask the question. Help them see themselves, right? Because everything I keep on seeing here, and I'm going to say the same thing I was saying, energy that wants attention will look for attention in any way, anything, because again, like again, if energy is reactive because they just want attention, don't indulge them if they're acting in a way that isn't acceptable. You can say to someone respectfully, I'm not going to talk to you if you're going to speak to me this way, right? They're saying if someone is coming towards you in a way that's unacceptable, you've got a guide on the other side that says, remember who you are. Don't observe it, articulate upon it. You know what, you teach someone everything they need to know about your energetic standard when you walk away from someone asking you to lower it. I'm going to say that again. You teach someone everything they need to know about your energetic standard when you walk away as they're asking you to lower it. And I know it's painful and I know it's hard, but respect is not taught, it is shown. And if energy is not being respective towards you, you hold yourself sacredly, not by being patient through it, but by honoring yourself and saying, I care about you, but I'm not going to stick around if you're going to be in this space and treating me this way. And if energy says, like, who do you think you are? You say, I hold myself sacred. And again, energy that's sacred, energy that holds you sacredly will always honor those energetic standards. An energy that does not hold you sacredly, what is the song they sing? Why do you think you're so great? Why do you think you're so special? You're not. It's not special if you're holding yourself to the same standard that you give to everyone else. It's not. It's not too much to ask if it's the same thing you give to those around you. But energy that is asking you to lower it will try to say to you, where do you get off? Bottom of the deck on this reading. Rejection is protection. Rejection does not exist. The song we often hear as we're holding our energetic standards are, you're disappointing me. And when someone says you're disappointing me, the question isn't whether we're disappointing them. The question is saying, what were they expecting? So remember your standards. When you're holding your standards for energy that's asking you to lower them, they're gonna make them feel like they're not. They're gonna make them feel like they're unreasonable. They're gonna make you feel like you're unreasonable in having them. They're gonna be defensive about them. That's not something that you need to explain. That's something you need to observe. Because I keep on hearing energy that is supportive of you, honors your choice. They honor your no. They don't and again, it's not polite to insist. It is not, you can be nice and be insistent. It's very rude. Rudeness is not about whether you do something with a smile on your face. It's courtesy is honoring another's wishes. And if you've told someone what you're comfortable with and they push on that space, You don't need to continue to have that conversation. Your boundaries are not negotiable. But someone who doesn't want to honor them will make you feel like they're unreasonable. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Rupa. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing, we've reached the conclusion of the reads for today. We're going to move into one cards. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. Definitely been matching lower vibrations. I know it's so hard. But really, I'm telling you right now, you'll thank me. All you're teaching someone is they can get anything out of you. All they need to do is lower the bar. If someone wants to lower the bar, you walk away. Thank you. All right. One card, spirit led for Elizabeth. Don't over concentrate on things that are out of your control. Concentrate on your inch. Focus on that. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. Don't let others like, don't let others, I feel like I see you're very sensitive to others' energy that affects you, right? Just like work in that space of identifying, like, don't let someone try to guilt trip you on something. Like I keep on here, like why am I getting some kind of guilt trip energy around you? You know, it's like if you concentrate on something and someone's demanding something more, you can say to them, that's not, you're being unreasonable, you know? Having to moderate so I do not get overwhelmed with good feelings. I know. Sending you support on that journey, Rainbow. Welcome. I hope you're having a beautiful day. You're so welcome, Rupa. Always good to stay grounded when you're neurospicy. Yes. Right. I feel like I've been enduring. Honor how you feel, and ask yourself, is the energy around you holding you sacred? Thank you, Rupa, and thank you for winning that reading. Important to take care with positive as well. Totally agree. Hi there, Dwayne. Good to see you today. You're so welcome, Rupa. Thank you again for having that reading with me. Thank you as well for confirmation, MP. All right. One card on the connection for Chrissy. Transverse. I keep on seeing someone going through like an existential crisis. Like this is the type of energy until they identify, like I see someone on some kind of pathwork of ambition, right? And that's the problem with pathwork of ambition. It goes, once I have this, I'll be happy. You know, I almost see someone being like, I'll do this and that'll show them. Like attainment does not correct relationship. Yeah. Like attainment doesn't change the landscape of what wasn't working. You know what I mean? Like it almost feels like someone doing, like knowing what is required to fix something and you know, trying, like you're going, like it feels like someone going to great lengths to avoid a hard conversation. Ella, one card, highest priority and moving forward, please. Got two cards for you, Ella. Your mantra right now is I prioritize energy that prioritizes me. I prioritize energy that prioritizes me. Write down what that feeling is. I want you to write down what that manifestation is. Write down what it feels like for energy to prioritize you. Help yourself find it. All right. Hold on a minute. We're doing one cards right now, Lisa. One card for Kay. Should I reach out to that energy? Energy around it, please. Has anything changed from the last time you spoke to them? You know, bottom of the deck. If you've changed, then yes. You know, if there's something about this, like having some kind of point of recognition on something. I don't know why I keep on hearing I changed my mind on something, you know, or some kind of like I feel like there is some kind of desire to get something. Like I feel like, you know, it doesn't. There's a difference between losing track of someone Like, is this a lost track of energy? Be like, like, it's been a while. I was thinking about you kind of thing. Because that's what it feels like. All right. Lisa, is there anyone in the spirit realm wanting to work with me? I mean, I would, I mean, yes, but like, I think that a lot of it, there's something, it's not a question of, like, I think it's funny because, like, I feel like your guides are working through a lot of discernment as it relates to what feels like it's energetically beneficial for you for like to work with at this time, because I feel like there's something about this right now where you're still building, like, yeah, it's your energetic guides, like your guides are waiting till you feel confident enough in yourself to introduce themselves to you. I often see this with healthy guides. they like they wait in the wings until we feel the stability point, and then they're like, hello. Right, like that. I keep on seeing, like, it feels like some kind of pathwork of confidence building that you're doing at this time. Thank you, B, for sharing the live. One card for Bridget on what you're being called to embody right now. Appreciating of the self, gratitude. I feel like I see you cultivating the ideal life around you. Like, it's really giving me a bit of that. If you build it, it will come. Because I see, like, the more you're able to create something for yourself, the more it feels like partnership is a gift instead of something that you're appearing towards from a point of like need. Yeah, like, I keep on hearing, like, I feel like there's a bit of this energy of you saying to another, I'm looking for someone to like, I'm looking for someone to grow with. I'm not looking for someone to depend on. I'm looking for someone to share my bounty with. Thank you, Bridget. Ella. Oh, I got you. I already got you, Ella. Thank you for that beautiful gift, Bridget. Boundaries are actually integrity lines. Otherwise, boundaries show up as entitlement. Beautifully said. I will point out the nice way we can determine between an entitlement boundary or not is a manifestation that we honor and share in those around us. As long as that standard is one that we appreciate in others, it's not entitlement. One card, please. What should I do about the situation with L? One card. Hope for the best. Extend the olive branch, but not the tree. Think positively about something. It's giving someone the benefit of the doubt. Remember, courtesy is appreciating and honoring each other's wishes. You can move something, you can articulate the direction that you hope something moves into, but also not feeling like you're forcing something, especially if this person has told you what it is that they feel like they need at this time, building upon the security that they'll tell you if something changes. Adam, thank you for those gifts. Thank you for the donuts, Adam. Unique, thank you for subscribing. I'm starting couples therapy soon. Oh, that's beautiful. Well, I'm glad to see that you're doing work on that journey, Elizabeth. Card feels like a connection energy syncing up in positive, loving ways. That's a beautiful way of describing that, rainbow. Thaddeus, sounds, hold on a minute. Sounds like that, definitely positive stuff. Sending love. Same right there, dear. You're welcome, Chrissy. Ava, one card on connection, please. I see someone who misses you, right? But this feels like a manifestation issue. Like, I see a situation, someone knows what you want. It's about like whether they're energetically ready for it. You know, it almost feels like someone trying to keep distance because they don't want to move you off of your path work. Hi there, Addie. One card on moving forward. You got it, dear. Um, be open about your feelings. I see you healing some intimacy wounds right now. I feel like there's something about you being able to honor your feelings by communicating in authentic ways, but remembering, like, that it's never a burden to share your emotion as long as you bring your prescription with it, right? Yeah, I feel like there's something about this, about reaching out, communicating, like finding new ways of communicating, sharing to others, like insights that you've had on your own experience. Like, it feels like bridge building energy. You're so welcome, Ella. Heather, one card spirit led, please. Don't hold on to the past too tightly. Remember, the present is a gift because it allows us to change anything that we're holding on to the past too tightly. Um, Bottom of the deck, you saw me shuffle these cards. Trust is never a failure point. Discernment is. Don't let a trust wound carry itself forward into a new energetic connection. Yeah, it's been a while. I was surprised by my last reading you did on them. Thank you for confirmation, Kay. The list is closed right now, unique. These are 1-card readings for subscribers. So if you'd like to become a subscriber, I'm happy to pull cards for you. That he regrets how things went with us, but he doesn't want to reopen the wound. There's a sensitivity there. There's a delicacy. I see someone being like, I don't want to hurt them again. I kind of want to show that it's okay for him to talk things out with me if he wants to. That's beautiful. And I always think it's okay to be able to articulate that if we're feeling something in that nature. Like I said, if something's changed, then you can always amplify that. You're so welcome, Bridget. And thank you for subscribing, Unique. Absolutely, dear. Yep, no, I don't think you subscribed twice. Thank you. Maybe you did. I'm not sure. It looks like once to me. 1 card for Bella. Angela. I need that hammer of truth. Trust your instincts. Why are you doubting yourself? They're saying to me, trust your gut on something. Yeah, if you're, what you're comfortable with, your comfort is your comfort level. I feel like they're saying you just need to stop doubting yourself, right? And make sure that you're moving in the direction of energy that's honoring you. I keep on hearing you don't need to explain to someone why they're not honoring you. You just need to observe it's happening and take your business elsewhere. Is what I keep on getting. 1 card, spirit led for Unique, please. Thank you for becoming a subscriber, dear. It's not strong to run away. Sometimes the hardest thing to do is to stay. Make sure that you're not being triggered. Make sure you're not being reactive. Make sure you're helping someone understand the value of holding to an energetic commitment. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, right. Remember, the past is not an armory, it's a library, right? Having a rule of not looking back at the past as an excuse for not moving towards something, but looking at the past in a way of saying, how can we do something better, right? It feels constructive, not limiting. Solution focused, not problem oriented. You're so welcome, Ava. You're so welcome, Addie. Melly, 1 card, please, spirit led. Don't get hard on yourself right now. I want you charting your progress. You don't need to take an increment. You don't need to take a giant leap forward. Progress are baby steps. Baby steps get us far. So I want you to again, don't try to do something huge here. Find something that feels like it's sustainable, but it can change something. Small steps can change things in profound ways. Further confirmation. Often those big leaps are the ones that are hard to maintain. Incremental progress. 1 card for Sin, spirit led, please. It's not your responsibility to teach someone how to treat you. It's your responsibility to observe if they're doing. Remember, the energy around you, unless they're little child energy, like little children energy, we can help them understand why they're bringing something forward isn't ideal. Remember, when someone's energetically grown, that's not an educational moment. That's a choice. Don't you can tell someone once what they're doing that's wrong. Everything else about that is up to you. You can recognize the difference between progress and someone holding on to something emotionally. Hold on a minute. All right. Makes sense. Absolutely. Thank you for confirmation. You're so welcome, Heather. Sorry, not clear. Would like a card to check on the connection of moving in sync. Got you. When if reconnected. I feel like there's something about observations. Don't look for anything passive aggressive. Let that plan be one that's spoken. I keep on seeing Remember, consistent, like healthy action is consistent action. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, consistency is key, right? The ability to articulate and hold in an emotional place, not anything volatile. Rainbow. You're welcome, Unique. One card for Lala regarding relationship. Um, don't just give up on things. Tell someone the direction that you want to move something into, but also don't force it. You know, like don't feel like you have to repeat yourself, is what I'm seeing. Again, the sacred breath. Yeah, the sacred breath of relationship is the request that we make to another that's met by progress. So be observant in terms of how someone's navigating your frustration, and make sure that you're bringing like solutions and not just articulating problems, saying like this is what'll help. Angel, these are subscriber readings. So if you'd like to become a subscriber, I'm happy to pull a card for you. Final call for any subscribers who would like a card. MP, one card on what you need to hear right now. Be patient on something. Don't give up. Something that you're doing is going to pay off. You just have to be consistent. Yeah, right? I feel like you're proving to yourself like the energetic space of doing. Sometimes, often, the starting of something is the hardest part because it's so hard to do. We want to give up on it. Be consistent through a learning process. Allow yourself to grow through the frustration, not get confounded by it. You're so welcome, Lala. My friends, final call. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. If you have become a subscriber today, welcome. Thank you for joining the collective. I would encourage you to head over to our subscriber-only Discord channel. There you will find, you can introduce yourself to the collective. And there you will also find in the perks section a very special coupon code that will give you an additional discount to our Tarot Church class subscription. Our next class is happening tomorrow at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. You still have time to enroll if you'd like to become a part of that classwork. I want to give a huge thank you. We'll be back on tomorrow at 8 a.m. PST, 11 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified as to when I've gone live, go ahead and make sure that you hit the bell on top of my profile. It will let you know about notifications, but also register directly for the event tomorrow because sometimes this app doesn't like to push notifications. I've got you and Theo, one card on what you need to know. Give something time. Your patience on something is gonna, your patience and perseverance on something is gonna pay off. Yeah, you're proving to someone that you're energetically reliable in terms of not necessarily building upon conditionalness. So remember, a no that you're experiencing right now might just be a not now. Navigate a no graciously, because a no for right now might be a not now, right? It's like plant those seeds. Thank you as well. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for spending your afternoon with me. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Welcome. Thank you if you just joined the collective, and thank you for all of your support. And the biggest thank you to my mods. Thank you so much for all of your help today. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.